And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the Toku Titan podcast. I am your host, Davis Badol, also known as Titan Goji. And this guy, he's no stranger to the channel. He's one of my biggest inspirations for content creating. And all the way from Japan, we have one of the sons of Serizawa, the head of Shoe Watch and fully endorsed, the robot man himself, the creator of Primal Warrior, DRACO AZUL, Andres Perez, aka KAIJUNOIR. How are you doing, man?
Hello, people of the internet. I feel like I'm obligated to say that anytime I show up.
I mean, you have to. It's part of your shtick.
Right, that's true. Yeah, the only time I don't do it is whenever I'm on Monstrosities. That's because Matt is such a bully.
Yeah,
he never gives anyone a chance to say anything. He's like, I hate everything except anything made by Taika Waititi.
Yeah,
and the Greasy Strangler. We love that.
Yeah,
he's a great man.
Yeah, he totally is. But anyway, how are you doing tonight, man?
Doing fantastic, dude. Last night I just watched Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time. Definitely over. I do plan on making a review for that pretty soon, hopefully in the next few days. And so I will definitely say that I highly enjoyed the movie overall, and I think it's got something that'll satisfy a lot of Evangelion fans, especially our mutual friend Yoko Higuchi. He's definitely he's in for something when he comes over here in April.
Oh yeah. Which by the way, for those watching or listening, last episode I interviewed Yoko Higuchi, who is a production assistant on Shin Godzilla and is also an independent filmmaker who's working on his first feature-length movie, The Last Session. But anyway, this episode isn't about Yoko. This is about you, Andres.
Yeah. Right. So, but yeah, overall I'm doing pretty well. Just been, things have been going the same as usual, just working, doing, YouTube podcast stuff. Currently working on several projects that maybe we can get into later in the interview. Just keeping myself busy with, this fun hobby of mine.
All right, nice. And and you being a comic book writer,
mm-hmm.
I just want to ask, how did you get into comic books in the first place?
I would definitely say like it was probably through my love of animation that I got into comics, because a lot of the biggest comic book characters like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, what have you, these are characters I was first introduced to through animation, through the 90s Spider-Man series, Batman the animated series, Superman, Justice League, X-Men, that whole deal. And it took me a while. It wasn't until I was maybe around 10 years old that I realized, oh wait, these characters are from comic books. I know what a comic book is. I've heard of those things. I've read my fair share of Peanuts back in the day when I was in like kindergarten or whatever.
And Garfield.
Yeah, Garfield. Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude. Those newspaper comics were always the best. The best part of every Sunday.
It's like reading a Spider-Man or Batman comic. You're just like, oh, I'm getting serious Peanuts vibes from this.
when are they gonna make the funnies?
Yeah.
Where are all the ha-has and the he's and the hoo-hoos?
Whoa, is that a Garfield reference?
Oh man. So but yeah, I guess like comic strips were technically my very first experience to a comic medium. And yeah, I mean, this I would consider comic strips and comic books, they're definitely cut from the same cloth, or from the same paper in this case. Yeah. Given that it's sequential storytelling, going from telling a story, or in this case setting up a joke from panel to panel, and using a combination of writing and visuals to tell a story. So I would say my first experience ever with comics would probably be when like a couple family friends gave me some hand-me-down X-Men comics. And maybe I forget. Like they're like I know there was X-Men definitely because I was huge into the '90s X-Men series. But unfortunately, these comics were because these were like just random issues taken from whatever ongoing story was happening at the time. I had like no clue what was going on because I was just reading a piece of I was looking at a piece at a larger puzzle.
Right.
And so really what really got me into comics was during the 2000s when Marvel launched their Ultimate Marvel alternate universe, where it was sort of like their way of rebooting the Marvel universe without actually rebooting it, just making a new universe with all the characters having their origins set in the modern day, which now it's 20 years ago, so now I feel especially old. Look how modern we got. We got our flip phones.
Yeah.
We got this new thing called the internet.
Whoa, the internet.
Wow, I can't believe how modern it is. So I really got into like Ultimate Spider-Man, especially. Ultimate Spider-Man was definitely one of my favorite ongoing comic book series at the time, as well as I read a bit of Ultimate X-Men, Ultimate Fantastic Four, and what was it? The Ultimates, which was, their version of the Avengers. Unfortunately, I couldn't really keep up with reading those comics outside of Spider-Man, only because I just, as a kid, did not have the actual the financial means of constantly keeping up with buying new comics or trade paperback volumes week after week or month after month. The only time I ever actually did that was in 2011 with the IDW Godzilla comics, starting with Kingdom of the Monsters, and and then eventually by the time Rulers of Earth came out, I just kind of gave up and said, okay, I'm just going to stick to trades at that point. But really, what got me more into comics was probably around 2008 with The Dark Knight. Watching that. Yeah, was really what drew me to wanting to learn more about the best. I always knew about comics at this point, but I didn't really knew much about like what were considered like the best of the best. And so after The Dark Knight, I was motivated to do some research and find out, because I'm probably Batman might very well be my favorite comic book character. And so,
like a lot of the best comic book stories out there are essentially Batman stories, like Year One, The Dark Knight Returns, Arkham Asylum, Long Halloween. There's this huge list of Batman stories that are considered to be some of the best comic books, like, period.
Right, exactly. And I end up finding all of those titles that you just mentioned, and I ended up purchasing every single one of them and added to my slowly growing comic book collection. And eventually that led me to looking at other comics like Watchmen, V for Vendetta, looking at some other stuff like Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Man 2099, Kingdom Come. Definitely, I would probably say Kingdom Come might be like one of perhaps my favorite non-Batman comic ever. Simply because Kingdom Come just kind of feels like the culmination of what makes the DC universe so beautiful, in my opinion. There's kind of like this big gigantic love letter to it.
And plus, like, the artwork by Alex Ross is phenomenal.
You can't go wrong there. So by 2008 onwards, I definitely got into comics. I wouldn't really call myself like a hardcore collector, because I'm not the kind of person who just keeps up with like the latest stories. I try to keep a pulse on what's going on in recent years, seeing like, okay, what are these characters up to in the latest storylines. I try to keep up to date with that. But in terms of like comic collecting, I mainly go for like the trades of the stories that I tend to hear are the best. And in terms of like the latest comics I've started getting into would probably be the Boom Studios Power Rangers comics, which has been like incredibly enjoyable, thoroughly enjoyable from what I've read so far.
Oh, nice.
And I guess I can also bring up manga, which, essentially comics as well. And I would say, much like with American comic characters, I'm more of a fan of the animation. Introduced to these characters through like animation, whether it's Dragon Ball, Mobile Suit Gundam, Big O, Trigun, Mazinger Z, all that good stuff. And eventually, I started reading a couple of comics, like manga volumes online. Again, because due to like lack of financial means, couldn't really start collecting them. I remember back in high school, I just read whatever volumes of like Naruto was available in the school library at the time.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. I would say like it was through my sister that I was introduced to Death Note, and Death Note was probably like one of the few comic book series that I physically read from beginning to end. Everything else is usually I find like online, like fan translated versions of Mazinger Z, Gararobo, and Devilman.
Nice. I mean, Death Note, Devilman. I mean, it's all great stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And I'm very happy that, since then, Devilman has finally had an official translated, localized American release now, alongside other classic works.
Which is awesome.
Yeah. Right. And I can only hope that just...
Devilman and Cutie Honey, as far as Gona Guy works go.
Right.
Pun not intended. By the way, I'm not sure if they did a release for Mazinger Z yet.
No, they haven't. I'm very surprised.
The original manga.
Right. I'm very surprised. No, it's okay. I'm very surprised that they have yet to get to Mazinger Z. Only because you'd think that would be perhaps the most popular Go Nagai piece of material to go for what was it called? 7 Seas Press? I think that might be it.
It was 7 Seas something. I completely blanked out on the name.
I'm surprised they
7 Seas Entertainment.
Yeah, I'm currently looking it up right this second here. 7 Seas, yeah, that's what it is. I'm surprised they didn't go with that, but it's probably maybe because it was a bit more expensive. I don't know, but I honestly hope that I would consider myself definitely a bigger fan of classic manga than modern manga. I don't know. It's just that old school aesthetic that really draws me in. I guess kind of in a similar way to how some people are just attracted to, I don't know, Golden Age, Silver Age, or Bronze Age comics. That's kind of the thing. Like with American comics. You have like these legends like Steve Ditko, Stan Lee, and Jack Kirby, of course, and so forth. And when it comes to manga, you have Shotaro Ishinomori, Go Nagai, Ken Ichikawa,
Tetsuro Hara,
Mitsutaro Yokoyama.
Oh yeah, I mean like it truly was like a golden age, as the name essentially suggests.
Right. Pretty much like these guys kind of like laid the foundation for like all future people to then draw their inspiration from. And so it's really great going back and checking out the people that essentially made the building blocks to what eventually became like the manga industry. I guess in case anyone's wondering, I guess like the latest mangas that I have read personally have been like Getter Robo Devolution, made by the same people who wrote the Ultraman manga, which another series I've read, and I also checked out Gundam: The Origin, which was a manga retelling of the original 1979 Gundam series.
Nice.
Yeah. So like I said, it's a shame that we've gone so long with little to no localizations for older manga. It's always been like anything from like the 80s onwards, like Dragon Ball and onwards. But yeah, I really hope that things change and that we be able to get access to officially translated material from Japan.
Yeah, which by the way, I'm super looking forward to the official like English translation of Fist of the North Star that's coming out, because the scanlations online look like total crap, and it's like wow, for the first time I'm actually going to be able to see like how beautiful this artwork is.
Right, and that's not even going to get into the infamous translation for JoJo Part 4.
Oh no! What a beautiful Duwang!
Chew. Yeah, like that's definitely one series. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is one series I really want to get into in terms of reading. I caught up with the anime up to this point, and having read a good portion of Hirohiko Araki's book, Manga in Theory and Practice, I definitely want to see like the actual like raw material that JoJo came from, and see like a lot of his philosophies on making comics that I've read, like see that applied in his own work.
I actually own that book too. It's I mean it's a really good read.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. It's very inspirational with how he pretty much says, "Hey, listen, okay, it's one thing to take inspiration, but it's another thing to copy others. You're not going to get anywhere copying people, so do something that sets you apart and get ready for rejection, for a lot of rejection letters."
Yeah.
like straight off the bat, he's like just lays it on. It's like, you need criticism to get better, and it's like, thank you, someone who understands.
It's all part of, you know, growing and improving upon your craft.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, absolutely. And Nate Fire just mentioned Fist of the North Star. Is that the one where he's in prison and fights the Incredible Hulk?
That would be Ricky O, which
yes.
which did come out around the same time and is just as good. and also just as gory and insane.
Mm-hmm.
And muscular, if you will.
Yeah, he's got muscles on top of muscles. Yeah, everyone's got the biceps, the triceps, the trapeze, the pectorals, and the glutes, if you know what I mean. Shout out to Laughing Stock Media for that joke.
I would quote Pumping Iron, but I don't want to get demonetized.
Oh yeah, it's terrific, no? Sean Barry also previously mentioned everyone go watch Devilman Crybaby when you get the chance. It's litty. Yes,
and Devilman Crybaby. Devilman Crybaby is another one that's to respond like from the popularity of like older property starting to become like more mainstream these days, because if you don't count the original Devilman OVAs, or I guess not really in this case, but Devilman Crybaby is essentially like the first time I mean, not necessarily the entire manga, but basically the story condensed into like a single package.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Up until this point, we've never had an adaptation that fully covers the entire story. We had the 70s show that essentially did its own thing. We had the 80s OVA, which only covered like half of the manga. And
pretty much.
Other than that, everything else at that point. Oh yeah, there was like Amon Apocalypse of Devilman, which was more.
It was more of an adaptation of a different Devilman manga.
Yes, right, which served as a side story to the main story. And even then, it didn't cover all the manga, just like the first portion of it. And then, yeah, everything else has been like crossovers. So Devilman Crybaby is, I would consider to be the definitive adaptation of Devilman.
There's also the live action film, but we don't talk about that.
No, we don't. Nobody talks about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're just talking about Hirohiko Araki and his book when it comes to like writing comics and manga in general. I feel like that'd be a good transition into the next topic, being like what essentially inspired you to become a writer.
Funny enough, I would definitely say it was like, I never really considered myself to be a writer. I never had any interest in writing. I always saw myself as a critic more than a creator, critic of creation.
Oh, really? Now, then what's that behind you then?
I know. Well, I'll get to it, sir. So, yeah, I never had this strong ambition to make my own story. It wasn't until I went to G-Fest for the very first time in 2014 where I met an individual who became a huge inspiration for me, and that was James Biggie, the writer and co-creator of the indie giant robot comic, Robot God Akamatsu. I had heard of Robot God Akamatsu back around like 2012, 2013, when Colossal Kaiju Combat was was slowly gaining popularity. And I guess for those who don't know, Colossal Kaiju Combat was this game project that was being funded on Kickstarter and eventually fell apart due to poor mismanagement. But at that time, I saw that one of the artists, Frankie B. Washington, was sharing essentially fan art of the Kaiju Combat characters with his and James's co-creation, robot God Akamatsu, and I thought, oh wow, this is so cool. You have a giant robot who, I've never heard of before, and at that point I was already in love with giant robots. So meeting the writer himself, one of the co-creators himself at G-Fest, he was on top of just being a really nice individual. I got the chance to finally buy his comic from him, have him autograph it, read it, pretty much like this copy right here. I actually happen to have. Yeah, it was way back when that I finally got myself this copy of Robot God Akamatsu with his autograph right there, his signature right there. Yeah. Nice. Oh, actually, yeah, 2015. I guess I was wrong. So yeah, 2015 was the year that I happened to meet, or you know what? Maybe it was 2014 that I met him, and then he didn't have any copies of his book at that point, but maybe I bought a copy in 2015. Yeah, it was on Amazon. I met him, and then I bought his book on Amazon, I believe.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, seeing him do pretty much making this creation from scratch with Frankie, it definitely left an impact on me. Thinking like, wow, it looks like you don't need to be a popular person. You don't need to be someone with like a lot of money or a lot of experience. Anyone can make a creation if they want to, and.
Oh, yeah. And that's absolutely the the appeal of not just writing, but just creating things in general. Yeah. Like anyone can absolutely do it if they wanted to.
Right. And so at that point, it was like 2014. Yeah, that was the first time. And at that point, Pacific Rim had already come out. So like it was kind of like the 1-2 punch of like discovering Robot God Akamatsu in 2012 and then watching Pacific Rim in 2013, that showed me it's like, oh wow, look at all these people, whether like I've seen a large example, a big budget example of someone making their own robot story, and like a smaller scale indie an indie level, on like the large major big budget scale and on the indie comic scale. Like these two worlds are making their own giant robots, and I was like, wow, if people this big and this small can make robots, it's like I want to do that myself. And so I ended up making DRACO AZUL, who I made to be my YouTube channel's mascot back in 2014. And I ended up like collaborating with Dylan McCandless, Super DM64, and he helped me kind of like finalize the design. I had like very rough sketches of very rough, badly done MS Paint sketch of DRACO AZUL, and through Dylan's help, he helped me like perfect and craft the design. And but at that point, I didn't really think of anything that I would do with the character. I just wanted to make a cool robot, much like how there are many people in the Godzilla fan base. They make their own original kaiju and kind of like just leave it at that. Right. And that was when I came across another fantastic individual named Christopher Martinez. And Christopher Martinez, he was another artist who has done a lot of work over the years, and he made his own project, which was Night of the Fire Beast, which was part of his like metafictional kaiju comic book series Fire Beast Dorugan, where he details the sort of cinematic career of this fictional giant monster in a series of films that each represent kind of like pay homage / parody various eras of Godzilla.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I should really check that out sometime.
No, absolutely, yeah. And I also reviewed both of his comics on my channel, and both comics, and since the passing, very unfortunate passing of my friend Chris, his writing partner Jonathan Claude does plan on eventually re-releasing those comics, eventually, hopefully this year, if not the next year, on Etsy. So I'll definitely let people know when the comic book becomes available. So. Yeah, I would say, honestly, to this day, Night of the Fire Beast, as well as Fire Beast Orogon X Garayann, the horror from space. These two
Oh,
comics are easily, yeah,
those covers look amazing. Wow.
yeah, and they were done by James Biggie himself, the writer of this book.
Nice.
So like, yeah, it was through Biggie he introduced me to Christopher Martinez, and so seeing these two amazing, wonderful guys, like these were kind of like the very first like creators that I met like outside of YouTubers, and so these guys really inspired me to want to craft a story of my own featuring Draco Azul. And even then, like Chris at one point asked me, "Hey, so you got anything in the works for Draco Azul?" I was like, well, I kind of got this story, you know. And he was like, well, you know what? You should definitely make a comic, you know, write a script about it. It's like, okay, well, I'll just write a script here. You know, I'm probably not going to be good, but I'll give it a shot. And then eventually,
here you are.
Yeah. But then like I shared it with James, and I said, hey, James, so I wrote this little script here, and since you're a writer, what do you think of it? And he really enjoyed the script for what eventually became Draco Azul _1. And upon getting his approval was like one of the most profound moments for me. Like for a guy whose work I had admired since 2012, to suddenly see like give him like his solid approval as a writer to another guy who's just, you know, writing something for the first time. Like I've written stories before in like high school, you know, when they always ask you to write like a little 4 to 5 page narrative or whatnot.
Yeah.
When they're teaching like the basics of fiction and writing. I hadn't done like anything else like since then, except aside from maybe like a script or two for one of my college courses. So getting his approval was like a huge motivation for me, like his and Chris Martinez's approval. And eventually I worked with Jonathan Claude, who is the writer of the Fire Beast Orogon series. And he was more than happy to become my editor. And eventually I worked with all three of these individuals who helped me get in contact with the likes of Tyler Souls, who became my artist, Ed Perry, who became my colorist, and especially and even Jeff Zornow, who became my cover artist. These three individuals, I pretty much owe my entire passion for writing towards. All of these guys, tremendously talented, incredible human beings, wonderful friends. And these three served as like my inspiration. And as I slowly became familiar with the G-Fest Artist Alley community, that's when I discovered and befriended other incredibly creative individuals like Keith Foster and his kaiju comic Kadoja, Matthew Denian and his novel series Atomic Rex and Chimera, Denny Roth and his like anime Western inspired comic book Marshall Star, Tyler, my artist. I met him through his comic Durantis, the Lost Serpent. So it was upon meeting all these wonderful individuals who were, as I mentioned earlier in this live stream, taking what was familiar and putting their own spin on things, was like what motivated me. It only motivated me more and more and more to continue to pursue Draco Azul and essentially making him a thing. And so eventually that's when I ended up making issue 1, and it was an incredible learning experience. And that's when I ended up making issue 2. And from then on, I've just been like slowly working out this story for future issues while also expanding the brand in new directions.
Nice. So you've partially talked about what sort of like went into the creation and culmination that would become Draco Azul, which is a fantastic story, by the way. That's truly inspirational. Can you talk more about the creation of Draco Azul?
What specifically?
How did you come up with the design of Draco Azul exactly?
Okay, yeah, that was definitely a very interesting one. So upon watching Pacific Rim and reading the interviews with Guillermo del Toro, he mentioned how his biggest inspirations growing up were old school super robot anime like Tetsujin 28 and Mazinger Z. And it was at that point I thought, you know what? I'm somewhat familiar with those older characters, but I never took the time to actually check them out. At that point, the biggest exposures to giant robot entertainment that I've had were the likes of Power Rangers, Gundam, the Big O, Megas XLR, Symbionic Titan. But I never took the time to sit back and appreciate the essentially to sit back and appreciate the people that laid the groundwork for the giant robot genre. So that's when I ended up looking back at Mazinger Z, and that's what led me down this path to check out Mazinger Z, Great Mazinger, Grandizer, and then I eventually fell in love with Robo, which I personally enjoy more. As like outside of Gundam, Robo is easily my second favorite giant robot and my favorite super robot of all time. And I know you know all about Robo, and anyone who doesn't know Robo, do check out Davis's video on the subject. Essentially,
Robo's freaking amazing.
Right. If it weren't for Robo, you would have no Voltron. You would have no Power Ranger seat, perhaps. You would have no Devastator.
Right.
So I really grew to love the Go Nagai Ken Ishikawa aesthetic, old school super robot aesthetic, where these robots were very simplistic in their design, yet incredibly memorable. And that was sort of like I really want to pay homage to that era of giant robots, because from what I was seeing within the current giant robot landscape, no one was really doing callbacks to this sort of simplistic era, or not more, I guess, like more simplified retro era of giant robots, beyond the likes of like Shin Mazinger Z or Robo Armageddon or anything else that was directed by I believe Yasuhiro Imagawa, director Yasuhiro Imagawa, aside from Robot Garakumatsu, who was clearly going for that like old school super robot approach, because James Biggie and Frankie B. Washington were huge fans of Shogun Warriors, which were essentially, toys based off of those exact robots back in the day. So I was really fascinated by those designs. And also, I feel like what makes those designs truly special is the fact that they're so simple that literally anyone can draw them and you can instantly recognize what they are. You can draw them in any style. You can look at like the various styles of Mazinger Z out there from various creators, or even like variants from Go Nagai himself, like Mazin Saga.
Oh yeah.
You can instantly look at it and instantly recognize that as Mazinger Z. Even the recent version of Mazinger Z Infinity, it still looks like Mazinger Z, no matter how many panel details you put on him. And so on top of wanting to pay homage to that era of giant robot entertainment, I thought that was a perfect style for like anyone to draw, or it can translate into anyone else's style. So like, no matter who is drawing the character, it's very easy for anyone to replicate it. And so that's what happened. I definitely took cues. So like, when it comes to the design itself, I took a lot of cues from Mazinger Z, from Robo, Neo Robo, especially
Neo Robo.
Oh yeah. Like I've always been a fan of blue, the color blue. That's always been my favorite color ever since I was a little child. And looking at Neo Robo, seeing like the mixture of blue and white was perfectly contrasted well with each other. And I was thought, okay, I need to do that. And King was another big inspiration there, where King is this giant robot created by Go Nagai with a big giant dragon skull for a torso.
I never noticed that. Oh my god!
Really?
Yeah, I always knew that Draco Azul's chest vaguely resembled like a sort of dragon face of sorts, but I never considered the King comparison. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, and in terms of like the helmet design, I'm definitely been a fan of like face plates. And like the helmet, the eyes itself definitely came more from Gundam, where the eyes are usually surrounded by shadow, so you don't really see what the face looks like behind the mouth plate. And I took inspiration from Gundam with that one. And for the helmet design, it came from Cretaceous King Ghidorah, actually. Well, the original idea was Cretaceous King Ghidorah, where if anyone had ever seen Rebirth of Mothra 3, there's a version of King Ghidorah with these like curved draconian European dragon-like horns. And so I really enjoyed that. So I took that as sort of like the basis for Draco Azul's helmet. And as for the horn, I not sure what exactly inspired that, but I think I just put that there because it seemed like a really cool feature to have on the character to give it a more striking presence.
Was Gundam Unicorn out at the time?
Probably, I'm not sure. You know what? It might have been the Alt Ison that inspired me. The Alt Ison was an original robot from the Super Robot War series. It's this like big red robot that was like really powerful and something like one of the two main characters of Super Robot War's original generation would utilize.
I'm looking up a picture of the Alt Ison, and yeah, I can totally see that.
I mean, one of his attacks is literally just like the horn just heats up and he just uses it to slash at his opponent. And what else? Yeah, definitely the scarf. The scarf itself, I didn't think of that initially, but then upon looking at the character with its mostly blue and white and a little bit of black color palette, I thought, you know what? It needs an extra bit of flair. And I thought back to Getter Robo with his big red cape, as well as like Black Getter, or well, I forget.
It was Black Getter.
Black Getter, okay. So he had a scarf around his neck on top of a cape, and there was that scarf that made me say, you know what? Yeah, he needs a scarf. And then I started looking at other characters, and I realized, oh yeah, so many of these characters all have scarves, like the Shadow, Strider Hiryu, Cyborg 009. All of them have like really badass scarves that just kind of flow in the wind. And I thought it wouldn't be cool to have like this really badass elongated scarf on a giant robot. And that's what I ended up going with. And I thought, red was the perfect color to complement blue. And I also went with a very tattered appearance because I thought that just looked cooler overall. Again, looking at something like Strider Hiryu or the scarves and capes from Getter Robo Armageddon, or Spawn's cape especially. And in Spawn, it's his cape, like almost like living cape, was what gave me the idea for DRACO AZUL to use it as almost like a third appendage for him.
Oh, nice.
Or yeah, like another appendage. And finally, when it came to the blades, I think initially I was looking back to Bleach. I used to be a huge Bleach fan of the comic and of the manga and the anime back in high school. I always loved that big giant blade that the main protagonist would use to fight. And I thought, okay, it would be really cool to use that. Kind of like taking a Wolverine approach of having just large blades on your arms, but having just these gigantic swords instead.
Yeah. Guyver.
Guyver, yeah. I never watched. I still, honestly, I still haven't watched any Guyver related material there.
Really?
I know I should correct that. I know Matt would kill me if he heard that. But yeah, that's just like the scarf. Arm blades are another thing that has been seen in so many other character designs. I thought, maybe why not work on it? And it wasn't until about a year or two later that I suddenly thought I made the realization that the arm blades might have been an unconscious callback to War Growlmon from Digimon Tamers. If you ever look up War Growlmon, he's got like the exact same blades, and I didn't realize that. But being a huge fan of the first 3 seasons of Digimon back in the day, I thought, oh, this might have been like an unconscious inspiration there.
Okay, I'm looking up a picture of War Growlmon, and the arm blades almost look exactly like the ones on DRACO AZUL.
Yeah, and it's like I didn't even realize that, but like the fact that I was a huge fan of Digimon Tamers back in the day, I was like, like Denny and I, when we were doing collaboration, I just made a joke saying like, I think we should call this having a War Growlmon moment, where you realize you took something from somewhere that you didn't even realize. Like, did I just have a War Growlmon moment? Denny, you had a War Growlmon moment. So yeah, those were essentially the biggest inspirations when it came to crafting the design. And from there on out, the design slowly evolved based on the writer, the artists that I was working with. The biggest change came from my collaboration with Tyler, who ended up slimming down the proportions of Draco Azul as a means of giving him this more athletic appearance, as opposed to the more like bulkier, cylindrical style of Go Nagai and Ken Ishikawa. Right. And I grew to really enjoy this newer interpretation, given that there's the pilot who controls Draco Azul pilots him in a similar fashion to the characters of G Gundam, which was again another huge inspiration for me in terms of like the overall style, the very kinetic fights, and the very over the top good versus evil angle that I want to go for with my comic. So yeah, I thought not only was it more beneficial for him in terms of drawing a humanoid character, it ended up just giving Draco Azul a more unique style that would only benefit the character. And that being said, I'm still as a creator, I have no qualms about people taking Draco Azul and doing it in their own styles, in their own projects. I always love seeing newer interpretations through the various collaborations and fan art that I've received over the years. And again, it kind of goes back to that, goes back to the whole deal where it's like you make something that's like so simple that it just works no matter what style you apply it to.
Oh yeah, and I think like seeing all these like different takes on Draco Azul is a testament to how like just how unique the character design itself is. It's one that that can pretty much be adapted into anything, and it can still be recognizable. I was actually going to mention earlier the like the various getter machines and how you can all recognize them as mechs from Getter Robo. Looking at Getter 1, Getter Dragon, and Shin Getter Robo. Like they're all very recognizable, and even like before I like actually got into Getter Robo, like for real, like I could tell which mech was from Getter Robo.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized something. So when I was initially creating the design for Draco Azul, there were certain points where Dylan took some artistic liberties by misinterpreting certain aspects of the design into features that I would later say, no, wait, let's keep that. Because originally the horn, I remember the central horn was blue. Again, going back to the Alt Ison having a red helmet, red horn design. And because, again, this is MS Paint, so it's not really that good, Dylan misinterpreted as white. And upon seeing the white horn, I was like, let's keep that. Same goes for the arm blades. The arm blades, I remember, yeah. So the arm blades were initially kind of like, they weren't over the arm, but rather they was more like aimed towards the elbow. But it was through Dylan that he interpreted that as like it being a larger blade that actually, yeah, either it went like over the hand and the arm, or no, I think it was just like from a blade from the wrist down. But he took that and put in the opposite direction, which I thought, yeah, that totally looked better. Let's go more in that direction. And I guess that's where the war, that's probably where like the War Growlmon thing, something unconsciously clicked in my head saying, yeah, let's go in that direction.
Nice.
And the last thing I think he did was he invented was like the double layered shoulder pads. That was his interpretation. I said, yeah, let's go with that as well. You mentioned before about Draco Azul having a unique design. It's ironic you say that because over the years, as time goes on, I've heard many people say, oh, it looks like Gundam. Oh, it looks like Mazinger Z. It looks like Getter Robo. It looks like Optimus Prime. A lot of people have made comparisons to Optimus Prime. So I realized that while this wasn't intentional at all, I realized that I ended up sort of accidentally, but in the best way possible, making a design where anybody could see their own favorite giant robots that they grew up with in that design. So like, even if you've never grew up with Mazinger Z, there's something there that's probably familiar for anybody.
Yeah, and and I think that's like the unique part about Draco Azul, and it's that even though like there's a lot of influence from like classic super robots and whatnot, like it's also a very recognizable design, which I think is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, and even then, I always try to like see what other versions of Draco Azul I can do with it. Like, what like recently, I at one point made a noir parody with Draco Azul in a collaboration with Matt Denian and his character Atomic Rex. Like, what if Draco Azul was in a, you know, like a Humphrey Bogart style fedora and trench coat? Or what if we made a chibi version of Draco Azul that I called Draquito Azul? And he's like the chibi mascot that I use as my avatar on screen during a lot of my scripted videos. And then recently, I collaborated with my friends Garayann and Will on an upcoming game project called Divine Divas Paradise Nexus.
I know what this is.
Yeah, you know what this is. It's something I recently like. It was something like Will approached me saying, "Hey, what if we made a game where we have an alternate universe version of Draco Azul, except he's a robot girl?" And I thought, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. Let's do it. And it's like, let's see where we can go with this. So it's like it's honestly very fun to just kind of continuing to like experiment with the character and see what directions you can take the Draco Azul in. But of course, the giant robot stuff will always be like where my the giant robot, you know, the comic book and the, you know, him being a giant robot would always be like the main focus of this passion project of mine.
All right. So what were some challenges when it came to the creation of Draco Azul that you faced?
Let's see. The biggest challenge definitely would be money. I will definitely tell anyone who wants to get into making comics is this, and that is, you know, comics are not cheap. And on top of that, I'll paraphrase something that that Chris Martinez told me that I have used as sort of like my one of my like guiding mantras going for ever since then, and that is like there's no money in comics. If you want to make comics, you got to do it because you want to make something and want to be, you know, be proud of being able to say that you made something.
Oh yeah,
essentially,
it's essentially like a huge investment anyway.
Right. So it's like money should never be the reward for making art, because art should be the reward itself.
Right.
That being said, you shouldn't be irresponsible by spending a lot of money and end up like, you know, going bankrupt as a result of it. So like the challenge comes from being willing to spend this much money on a project you know you're not going to make your money back on, but at the same time putting in like, it's like, yeah, the challenge is like putting enough money to make it happen, but not too much money to where you're going to suffer afterwards. So for me, I've been fortunate enough to have been blessed with a situation where I do have a financially stable job. You know, I don't have to worry about like running out of money or going into any serious financial trouble. So that gave me the opportunity to save up enough expendable cash to where I can have like, this is all my top priority. This like money would be used for I'm saving this much money for all my top priority stuff. I'm going to save this much money for my expendable hobby stuff. So I would definitely say that that money is definitely the biggest challenge, especially for someone like me who does not draw. So I do have to pay everybody that I work with, whether it's my colorist, my cover artist, my regular artist, my letterer, my formatter. So yeah, every single job has been requires compensation. Right. I've been very blessed, and Jonathan Claude, God bless that man. He was very great. He was very what's the word? Gracious? Or no, I would say he was very kind enough to provide his editing talents for free. In my case.
Oh, nice.
And I do also want to mention that for anyone interested in Jonathan Claude's work outside of Robot Gata Komatsu, he did do this World War I anthology comic called To End All Wars. He did one story for the anthology, as well as being like the guy kind of overseeing this whole project and help put it together. And another project that he made like a short one-off comic. It's a really bizarre story, yet equally entertaining, called Epic Chicken versus Mutant Bull. And pretty much like what you see is what you get.
Oh my god. Where can I get a copy of that?
Let's see. At this point, I'm not 100% sure because I got it straight from the man himself, but I would probably say Etsy might be your best bet there. So yeah,
I honestly want a copy right now.
Yes. So yeah, Epic Chicken versus Mutant Bulls. Look it up and see where you can find it. So yeah, everyone else I would need to pay, and that's another thing. You should always pay your artist. Unless you're an artist.
Oh,
like,
totally.
Like, never assume that artists are going to do anything for free or even for exposure. That if you ever tell them, "Oh, let's do it for for exposure," it's like, no, that they're gonna point you out the door.
Yeah, just check out Nerd Cage Live's interview with Daniel Pacina. They basically hit him with the whole "we'll pay you with exposure." Right.
Yeah, that is an insult to artists everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And also, like, some people would say, "Oh, what if I just what if we paid you? What if we pay you with a cut of the profits? Like, whatever money we make, you get this much." That's also never going to work for any artist. I remember, like no self-respecting artist is ever going to want to do that because, like I said, there's no money in comics. So the amount of work that he's going to get in, that's he or she is going to put in, they're not going to get the money that they would make from the profits. It's not going to equal the hours and the time and talent and hard work that they put into it in the first place. So yeah, if you want to work with an artist, like you're not an artist and you want to get an artist to work on your project, you need to pay them. And it can get expensive depending on who you are talking to. Someone like Tyler Souls, he would be like, I would say, his rates are pretty average from other artists that I have talked to. Meanwhile, someone as prolific as Jeff Zornow would charge a substantially larger amount by comparison.
Right.
So yeah, I would definitely say if you want to work with an artist, you can say, "Hey, I'm interested in work." You reach out to them, whether it's through Instagram, DeviantArt, Facebook, what have you. Say, "Hey, I'm interested in working with you. What do you charge per page, or what do you charge per page for art, colors, shading, and lettering, or whatever, how much?" So yeah, that's definitely always been, like, as a writer, that's definitely, as someone who is not an artist, that would be like my biggest challenge. I would say, like, the other biggest challenge as a writer, or in terms of making comics, this one's more like specific for writing. And I would say that it comes to dialogue, because you want your characters to sound, depending on what kind of story you're going for, it would help to make your character sound as natural as possible. And being an English teacher in Japan and teaching my students specifically casual style English, like slang, idioms, proverbs, it really helped me realize how much of our language is based on these small little phrases that we use here and there, that we kind of take for granted. And these are like sort of like the building blocks to making language, or the English language, sound natural. Like, yeah, this is how a person would speak.
Right.
Where it's like if someone were to say so on and so forth, you and I, we know what so on and so forth means. But if you tell that to someone who's barely learning English, they're going to have no clue what so on and so forth is.
Oh, yeah.
That's just like one of the hundreds of thousands of phrases we use every day that we never stop to think, oh yeah, someone who doesn't speak, whose second language is English, is not going to know what that means, most likely.
Yeah, they're going to have a completely different perception of what "in a pickle" means.
Right, exactly. They're going to just kind of flashbacks to Pickle Rick or something. So upon writing this, writing this comic, I introduced one character, Eric, who is a character who is from America, and Ramona, who is a character who is native to Mexico. And so I need to make their voices more distinct, saying like, okay, so someone who is speaking English as a second language, I would imagine her to be very proficient in the language, but not so proficient that she would just be dropping all these little phrases here and there that like someone like Eric would probably it would make sense for Eric to use that. Like, I don't really expect anybody who has grown up all their lives in one country to be using a phrase like same old, right? Or I would expect someone who speaks English. Again, this doesn't refer to anybody. Of course, anybody who wants to speak a second language. It's, of course, if they put the time and effort into it, they can speak like a native speaker. But in most cases, I have found that certain people, like most people, growing up in California, or growing up in San Diego, being growing up in the middle of a Mexican American community, I've seen many people struggle with English and would constantly kind of fall back on Spanish when they don't know certain words or phrases, or they just avoid using words and phrases altogether and just use simplistic, more simplified English. So like, I can imagine someone who speaks English as a second language to say, hey, or hello, but I don't really expect them to say what's up or what's happening, or even
what's poppin'.
What's poppin'? Yeah. I don't expect them to use that kind of language.
Sub dog.
Sub dog, yeah. Or a simple what up.
Yeah.
See, it's at that point that you realize it's like, okay, when you're making when you're writing these like voices for these characters, you definitely got to say, like, does this sound like something this character would say? Because it's very easy to write a character based on how you talk. That's kind of like how I approached Eric, for instance. But when it comes to writing anyone else, it's like, okay, I definitely got to go with a whole new lingo, sort of, for these other characters. Like I mentioned, for Ramona, I tried to give her like grammatically correct English, because I assume, like, this could be someone who learn English in school and abides by the rules. Really, she's not going to use something like, say, she's not going to use gonna, wanna, and or is it gotta, gonna, and wanna, or coulda, shoulda, woulda, or ain't. I don't expect a character like her to use that kind of language. Well, Eric, I can see using. And when it came to Exua, I kind of based him off of your sort of like a gruff, experienced coach you would find in any sort of like sports movie, like Mickey from Rocky, or even like something Phil from Disney's Hercules, who was like sort of like an homage / parody of those type of character, of that character arc. So yeah, when it comes to writing, I'd say that is a big challenge in that. When it comes to the dialogue, but from a production standpoint, it would be money, especially. And sorry. One last thing. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's totally fine.
One very important thing for making a comic would be you need to be willing to compromise, especially when you're not the one doing a lot of the work. Eventually, when you're working with other people, you can't have everything be your way. Even though it's your comic, it's your product, you got to let the people you're working with do their own thing. Right. Because it's going to be impossible for them to do everything completely according to you. It's like, they're the professionals, let them do their thing. And that's sort of what...
And chances are they're already working on other stuff.
Right. And also it's like, they're more experienced, so they probably have a better idea of what they have in mind for this story than you possibly could have. For instance, when working with Tyler, it was his idea to slim down Draco Azul, give him a more athletic build. And so I said, yeah, sure, totally do that. Or he changed the kind of blue that I would normally use for Draco Azul because it fit the color palette much better. Or in the case of certain panels, sometimes he would take like 2 panels and merge them into 1 panel so that it would be easier to read. So it's like, yeah, you're the professional, you've done comics for a while. If you think this works better in terms of sequential storytelling, or if you think this works better in terms of like the overall style and aesthetic you're going for, be my guest. Absolutely. So yeah, unless you're doing all of the work, making a compromise is essential to working well with others.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you need to like bend over backwards and let everyone, just kind of completely change your story. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that.
I mean, totally, yeah.
Yeah, again, that's what the whole idea of compromise mean. You want to have it your way while also letting them be able to do the job that you're paying them to do.
Right. And and my next question was actually something you kind of touched upon a little. And I wanted to ask what sort of can you talk more about like how you wrote the characters in Primal Warrior Draco Azul, like mainly Eric, Mona, and Exua?
Yeah, sure. I touched a little bit about that just now. I based a lot of Eric on a lot of it on myself. It's sort of like an idea of because it was like my very first real serious attempt at writing, that I took the approach of write what you know.
Right.
And so I took a little bit of Eric, a little bit of myself in Eric, being someone who is of Mexican American, grew up his whole life in America, ends up in a country that he has some connection with, but pretty much feels very isolated. I took a little bit of that from my own experience in Japan, that sense of like growing sense of isolation and finding comfort in like the few friends that you've managed to find, and sort of forming almost like a familial unit.
Right.
And it's through that experience I was able to kind of like inject a little bit of that into Eric and his story. And I base a lot of Eric's overall character as like a combination of like Peter Parker and Bruce Banner. Peter Parker being like this like average character who just so happens to have accidentally stumbled upon this fantastical journey of his that could have happened to anybody. He was just happened to be there at the right time and right place. And I want to give him that sort of like that very relatable everyman approach,
which totally works, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, Spider-Man being one of my favorite comics of all time. Like reading Ultimate Spider-Man was what got me into Spider-Man. And so I definitely took a lot of that in there. And what I took from Bruce Banner would be the sort of like the very emotionally imbalanced side of him, to where like the longer he goes on with these battles, the more he starts to lose himself in the violence that he's constantly he constantly feels obligated to face time and time again. And I base a little bit of that on like Bruce Banner with having to constantly keep the beast inside in check. And
right.
that will definitely play a factor going forward. When it came to Exo, I did mention that he is pretty much like me. I grew up as a huge Rocky fan, and pretty much like
series.
Absolutely, yeah. Like my whole when my dad bought like the entire like at the time 5 movies DVD set box set, we were just like as a family watched those movies together, and it was like one of the best like family movie moments I've ever had, honestly.
Oh, and the accessibility of those films are universal. I mean, it's those types of movies where where no matter who you are, you can watch them and always like get something great out of them. I remember during high school, we'd have this thing called performance course, and the coach like who was running it on the very first day, he'd tell everyone to watch the Rocky movies. It's one of the first things he he would tell everyone before talking about nutrition, the schedule, how to take care of your body, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And and even then, like back in the day when I used to be on the high school swim team, my dad was always like my personal coach. He was always like trying to channel in his inner Mickey from those movies. He's like, come on,
Nice.
no pain, keep going.
My dad was the exact same.
Yeah. So I definitely took a lot of that experience to heart, and it kind of like as a way taking something that I loved growing up and doing taking that whole idea of taking something that you love and respected, and I paid homage to that with Extra. And I thought it'd be really funny to give this very this Maya warrior looking character and give him this like very modern day tough grizzled tough guy voice. Yeah. These like the contrast between how he looks and how he acts, I thought would be a very interesting, very memorable character to make.
I mean, which honestly makes sense considering the lore of Draco Azul. I mean, Draco Azul's been there for God knows how long, and as languages have evolved over time, it shouldn't be a surprise that Exua would be talking like that.
I guess I will explain this in the next comic, but essentially what happened was he always talked like that, or like at least the Maya equivalent of that back in the day, the Yucatec language equivalents. But it's like upon waking up, he pretty much like picks up the English language through taking a page from Transformers from the World Wide Web, and essentially just was able to eventually create an approximation of that for the language that Eric spoke the most.
Nice. Huge props, by the way. I absolutely love the first live action Transformers movie.
And then finally, when it came to Ramona, I essentially took a lot of for me, I ended up being surrounded by a lot of strong-willed, no nonsense women in my life. Those especially being like my mom, my sister, my aunt, my grandmother. And I took a lot of the sort of no nonsense, but very how would you say, very laid back, but at the same time no nonsense, loving, caring, compassionate aspects of the women in my family, and I try to instill that a lot into Ramona as a means of, again, kind of sort of paying tribute, paying tribute to a lot of my own life experiences. So it's in a way, it's like each character is sort of like a little piece of myself and like my own like experiences growing up in a Mexican American family living in San Diego. So and I even named Ramona after my grandmother, who is unfortunately no longer with us. So that was like, again, sort of like another way of me sort of paying tribute to a very important individual in my life who has taught me so much growing up. And so a lot of it comes from a lot of it really does come down to write what you know, and taking a lot of that stuff that means the most to you and putting that on, putting that in the pages of putting in the pages of my comic.
That's I honestly never knew that. Never knew that last part, and that's honestly really, really touching to hear. And hearing you go deeper into like what went into the creation of Draco Azul, I now have this impression that this is essentially like a very a very personal a story that you put together, and that's super commendable. Wow, that's truly awesome, man.
Thank you, man. And that especially goes for like the setting itself, like putting it in Mexico. For years, I had been very frustrated with the fact that you rarely see a whole lot of Mexican representation in Western media. And like growing up, we don't like the only ever times you ever see Mexico, it's always either it just so happens to be Day of the Dead every single day.
Yeah.
It's either like a very dirty, rundown, like ugly city in the middle of a desert, or it's all about
it's the sepia filter.
It's a sepia filter. Yeah, everything's like in a golden brown aesthetic. It's like that's not what Mexico looks like. I've been to Mexico. So like I definitely want to give a more, and also on top of that, like any characters that you tend to see who are Mexican, they usually end up being they rarely ever get the chance to shine as like the main protagonist, unless it's like happens to be like a Robert Rodriguez movie, in which case, you know, I truly applaud the man for giving work to a lot of Latino actors. But yeah, other than that, you know, whenever you get a Mexican character, it's either the maid or the mariachi band, or it's the gardener, or it's the maid, or worse yet, something that I really hate, the comic relief. Because for the longest time, I got the impression that is that who we are in Hollywood? Are we just the butt of every? Are my people just the butt of every joke imaginable?
So that's tough.
Like people think Speedy Gonzalez is offensive. No, Speedy Gonzalez is not offensive. The stuff that you would see on like I don't know Family Guy with Consuela, I find that to be more offensive. So yeah, it's like on top of just not seeing a whole lot of Mexican representation, what little you see of Mexican culture or just Mexico in general, it's always the same thing over and over again. So it's like, okay, I want to do something to pay more respect again to my own, again, using like writing what I know and writing to the best of my knowledge as a Mexican American, or as a Mexican who has grown up all his life in America, to be able to put a lot of my culture in this comic to help not only just give it a unique setting, because as far as I know, we haven't had a whole lot of giant Mexican robots aside from Tequila Gundam or El Dorado 5. We just haven't had a lot of that stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, it's like no one's ever made a character set in Mexico. And at the same time, another thing that also annoys me in American media is that whenever you have a Mexican character, you got to make it super obvious that they're Mexican.
Right.
Now, in the case of like, I don't know, like Tequila Gundam, I have no problem with that, only because it's a character from Japan, and Japan is a country that has very little exposure to Mexican culture. So I can give them a pass on that. But in America, when you got to cover everything, anything Mexican in a sombrero and a poncho and a sarape and whatnot, doing the whole la 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 la. It's like I wanted to make a Mexican character, Mexican giant robot, without having a Mexican character and making it a Mexican robot. I just want to make it a cool ass robot set in Mexico. You know, it's like you can have like a cool, like let's say like Spider-Man, Batman, Iron Man. They're all American heroes, but they're not American heroes. Like that, if you say that for Captain America, that's his job.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's essentially what I want to do with Draco Azul is less Captain Mexico, more like Santo, you know.
Right.
Or rather, like, yeah, less Captain Mexico, more Blue Beetle, if you know what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah.
There you go. Jaime Reyes version specifically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very fun, you know, just being able to be able to show a side of Mexico that not many people have seen, where some people would say, oh, that, you know, that may not look like Mexico, it just looks like a city. Well, it's like, yeah, well, regular cities exist in Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, even then, it's like very fun just looking into this. Also helped me get more in touch with my culture, and like saying, like putting in like the research to find the best locations, the most exciting locations to use for my comic. Whether it is like whether it's Cancun at the very beginning of the comic, or later on in Acapulco, or in the second comic it was San Cristobal. It was San Cristobal, and in later comics and even stories, I try to visit new cities and learn what I can from them. One story I used for the Draco Azul anthology was Guanajuato, and I remember Guanajuato because I grew up loving Mexican masked wrestler movies, and the most famous one was Las Momias de Guanajuato, and it's like this is a city that was famous for having like actual like preserved Mexican mummies. And I thought, okay, that'd be a cool setting for like a pseudo horror themed sequence in my story. So yeah, it's like being able to delve deeper into the various locations and aspects of my culture. It's helped me share Mexican culture with my audience, while at the same time helping me, as a result, getting more in touch with my heritage.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's again truly amazing, dude. I mean it's awesome.
And at the same time, I don't want to turn it into a gimmick. I don't want to say,
Oh,
like,
right.
look, guys, it's, you know, you should read this because it's Mexican. It's like, rather, I kind of put that stuff in like the background, because what should be prioritized is the story and characters.
And the robots. And the
robots.
And monsters.
The robots. Yeah, the monsters. Yeah. I definitely want to, you know, as much as I want to celebrate Mexican culture, I wanted, first and foremost, I need to make sure I had a good story, because if people don't care about your story, people don't care about your story, they're not going to care about everything else.
Right.
It's like, I guess,
that stuff's always important.
Right. Like, people love Blue Beetle, not because he's Mexican, but because he's a very interesting character to follow.
Oh, yeah.
That's essentially what separates like your Blue Beetles from your America Chavez's.
Right.
I haven't met a single person, Mexican or otherwise, that likes America Chavez. So yeah, it's like it's also one of those balances there, where it's like you don't want to focus too much on stuff that's for all intents and purposes meant to act as a backdrop. Rather, you focus on the things that should be at the forefront, the story and characters.
So so you talked a decent amount about like what Draco Azul like means to you, like and not just as like a character or a story, like just the creation in its entirety. You got into really good depth about like what went into that creation, and So, and I just want to ask, what can we expect from Draco Azul going forward?
When it comes to the future of Draco Azul, I would plan for this story arc to take place over the course of roughly 8 issues. I have already written the first 5 of them.
Nice.
And hopefully, I would love to start production on the 3rd Draco comic, at least in the middle of this year, perhaps.
All right.
And yeah, hopefully, yeah.
I believe I remember you saying that the 3rd issue won't be able to come out this year because of COVID and all that, correct?
That definitely was the case last year. I wasn't able to start it last year because of COVID. Depending on how things go with my team, if I'm able to bring back the people that worked on issue 2 specifically, which for the most part was just me and Tyler, and Jonathan Claude as my editor, and Jeff Zornell as my cover artist. If I can get those guys together, especially Tyler, then like it will really depends on his availability, as well as time and money play a big factor in all of this. So I'm not exactly sure when we'd be able to finish issue 3 by. It'll really depend on when I'd be able to feel comfortable enough to be able to get started on it. Right now, I'm currently just working with Jonathan Claude right now on putting together the final draft of the issue 3 script. And yeah, in terms of like what's to come in the story, we're definitely going to be moving more now that like I've established the sort of like the status quo and the 3 main protagonists. We'll definitely be moving more in a serialized direction. By finally answering some questions with issue 3 as to where Eric came from and how he came across Draco Azul. Further issues from now, we'll be getting more into like we'll finally get to find out who is the mysterious figure at the end of issue 1, the puppeteer, the man behind the curtain, the one with the strings. We'll definitely be getting into that from issue 4 onwards, whereas issue 3 will definitely be more of like a character-centric piece. Pretty much, if you liked issue 2, you'll definitely be getting more of that.
Sweet. I mean, I'm looking forward to that.
Cool, awesome. And at the same time, I've really gotten into prose writing with the help of my friend Matthew Denian. He's been pretty much like a mentor for me in terms of learning how to write, how to do prose writing. Prose writing, for anyone that doesn't know, is essentially the style of writing you use for books, novellas, novelettes, short stories, what have you. So I got a taste of prose writing through the Draco Azul anthology, Full Metal Chronicles, which was a series of short stories that take place between issues 1 and 2, as a means of just kind of giving some supplementary materials to help flesh out the world and to give readers more Draco content. And I do plan on, I'm currently in the middle of working with my friend Ace Marok on a full-on Draco Azul novel that we'll be co-writing, which will take place between issues 2 and 3.
Nice.
So I'm kind of like taking this sort of like anime tie-in movie approach, where if you ever watched, I don't know, like the Dragon Ball movies, the One Piece movies, Naruto movies, they all happen to have these like self-contained stories that self-contained side stories that don't really tie into the main story. But if you like the main story and you want to see more content, you can always check out the movies.
Nice.
And as a fan of Cooler's Revenge, I'm sure you would appreciate a Draco version of Cooler's Revenge. So go ahead.
In a Full Metal Chronicles, there is like this completely original story that you came up with that isn't in the Draco Azul universe, correct?
Right. Absolutely, yeah. So that was like a bonus story that I threw in as a means of starting work on a new IP. So me having created Draco Azul, my mind started working on other properties, not other properties, but like other ideas for other things, kind of like, again, inspired by one of my biggest inspirations, Go Nagai. This guy did not just do Mazinger Z, he did Devilman, he did Cutie Honey, he did various characters,
Steel Jeeg,
Violence Jack. So I was very inspired by this man to have made. He was far from being a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
And so that gave me the inspiration to not just stick with solely Draco Azul, but to work on something else in the meantime. And so that's when I ended up making Bravura, the Wandering Soldier, which is sort of like my take, pretty much what Draco Azul was to super robots, Bravura was to real robots. For those who don't know, like super robots tend to be the more fantastical take on giant robots. So mostly a lot of good versus evil, not very realistic in the slightest. Meanwhile, real robots tend to be more grounded in realism and are mostly just like kind of like space operas and war dramas, all that kind of stuff.
Right, like Gundam, Dogram, and Armored Trooper Bottoms.
Yeah, and Macross.
Yeah.
So I ended up like taking a lot of cues from Gundam, pretty much like, again, Gundam, Mazinger Z, Getter Robo. Those three, are like the holy trinity of the mecha genre. So I took a lot of cues from Gundam. Essentially, it was like Gundam meets Mad Max with a little bit of kaiju thrown in, Godzilla kaiju stuff thrown in there, mostly as like an inspiration to Matt Denion's book series, the kaiju post-apocalyptic book series, Atomic Rex. So it was really fun to work on this new story, this whole new setting, and I would love to dabble a bit in this universe, perhaps later down the line, maybe have it spin off into its own novel or comic or whatever. But of course, I'm just going to keep Draco Azul to be my main priority. And I'm also working on another giant robot short story I hopefully like to work on in the future with Matt Denion, where this one would be an homage to the Brave series of super robots.
Oh, nice.
Anyone who knows Gao Gaigar, kind of like, or Ex Kaiser, or what was that other one? There's definitely like a lot of robots in the Brave series.
Riding is another part of the Brave series, correct?
No, it just so happens to be called Brave Riding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Might Gain, that's the other one I was thinking of. Might Gain, Gao Gaigar, Ex Kaiser. My idea was to do something with that style of giant robots, of like late 80s, early 90s, like style of super robots.
Nice.
When giant robots, like after like real robots took over the giant robot landscape during like the 80s, during the 90s, the super robots made a comeback in like the biggest way, over the top way imaginable. So I thought, wouldn't it be cool to do something like that?
Oh, totally.
So yeah, I definitely love to dabble in these other giant robot projects, work on Draco Azul, and seeing what I can do with him in other mediums like books. Focusing on like another crossover, or a crossover with several other individuals that I would like to go into, but at the moment I'd rather wait until things get further along development before I can announce that. I have been collaborating with Garayann, my buddy Garayann, a lot.
I was actually about to ask about that.
Yeah. So like the first collaboration was when I was sort of like I was an editor for the English, for like a lot of the English translations for his game and comic projects. And eventually, he was gracious enough to allow Draco Azul in his crossover game Daikaiju Daikusen Versus, where he was like a fully playable character alongside numerous other indie creations from within the kaiju community. And later on, I was working with Will. Will is the writer. William Kearney is the writer of the novel series God's Wrath Tournament of the Divine, and we might be planning something down the road between our respective properties. And eventually, recently, Will, Garayann, and I all have sort of collaborated together in producing Divine Divas, Paradise Nexus. And for those who want to know more information about that, you can follow Garayann's video game brand, One Secret Pseudo, or OSP, to learn more. Mm-hmm.
I forgot to put links in the description, and like once everything's wrapped up, I'll be sure to correct that right away.
All right, thank you very much, man.
No problem.
with Divine Divas, this was an idea, and yeah, one person mentioned, wait, there's a Kaiju Girls version of Draco Azul. Essentially, yeah. Again, this was another thing where it's like, you know what? So many other brands have dabbled into this sort of like fan servicey style of entertainment. So I was like, when Will asked me if I wanted to be a part of it, I was like, you know what? Why the heck not?
Yeah, like in fact, like just yesterday, I was browsing through Twitter, and apparently they came out with like. Or they're coming out with a new figure of Zeton from Ultraman, but it's basically an anime girl in a bunny costume.
Right. Yeah.
That just resembles Zeton from Ultraman.
Right. Like pretty much like any sort of popular media you know of, there's bound to be something for that demographic. And I thought, you know what? It's fun. It's silly. It's ridiculous. Let's go at it. And essentially, the game would be a arena-based 2D shooter. Where you would play as like several characters from all three of our works, and it's like a very small little project that I'm very looking forward to working with. And the idea behind the character that I have dubbed Senorita Azul. She's essentially like from an alternate universe where Draco Azul was not a giant robot, but rather a robot girl living amongst the Maya civilization. And then, much like Draco Azul in the main comic, wakes up in modern day to fight evil once again.
Nice.
So it's like, I guess...
Now, the big question is, where's the comic for that?
You know what? Honestly, if there is enough demand, we'll see what can happen. Who knows? Maybe
there is an entire market for that.
Exactly.
As we both know.
Yeah. So it's like, who knows? Maybe Senorita Azul can be my equivalent to Cutie Honey. Who knows? Even Mazinger Z has had not one but two occasions where Mazinger Z was turned into a giant girl, into a robot girl.
I think like the big question is, when are we going to get Draco's Saga where he fights Bravura X?
Oh yeah.
except this time it doesn't get canceled. Right.
Yeah, like that's going to be thing. It's like Draco Azul will be my Mazinger Z, Bravura is going to be my Devilman or Violence Jack, and Senorita Azul will be my Cutie Honey. It's like, hey, if it's very fun, honestly, to sort of like expand beyond your comfort zone and dabble in other various genres that you may not have thought you would enjoy working in. It's always fun to sort of like to not stick to the same thing over and over again, but to be able to make other creations, and it's a very rewarding process all the way through.
Nice. So I think we pretty much covered just about everything I wanted to ask you about. So I guess we'll go ahead and do open floor Q&A with a live chat. But real quick before we get to that, I wanted to bring up this comment from Nate Fire. Who says that you've inspired him to like write his own kaiju story, hoping that one day that he can publish it and join the ranks of other indie kaiju media such as Draco Azul. So you definitely have something here, man.
I'm incredibly touched by your comment, Nate Fire, and I truly hope for the absolute best for you, and I want to see you make your dream reality. It's like, I always tell this to people, it's like, as great as like fan fiction is, or fan films, what have you, they definitely have a place within the fandom. I find it to be a much significantly more rewarding process to make something from the ground up and to call it 100% yours. And so I'm always telling people I'm always encouraging people to go with their original idea, and to just go through with it. You don't want to live your life just thinking, what if? If you got an idea, just go for it.
He says thanks.
You're welcome, man. Earlier before you mentioned you want to get it published. I guess for me, I had my comics self-published simply because that allowed me to have 100% control of the entire project. That's definitely, I should have mentioned that before. Besides money, the big challenge was getting the comic available on Amazon. That was a huge trial and error process, but eventually I came to realize that in order to make a comic available on Amazon, you can put it digitally on Kindle and on Comixology. Then you got to contact like one or the other so that they can provide both options on Amazon. And when it came to physically printing a comic, you got to make sure you got to register for a barcode and ISBN number. If you don't have an ISBN number, you cannot sell a book on Amazon. So I registered for an ISBN number and barcode, which I got from a website called myidentifiers.com, which a lot of indie people can get can register their books for ISBN numbers and barcodes. Then you got to print it on the book itself, which I have mine printed on the back of each comic. And then once you make a listing for the book on Amazon, you put in the ISBN number and they'll say like, okay, what you are selling is a legit real book. you can sell it as a third-party member. So yeah, that is that was like the crazy hurdles that I had to go through. I even tried like having Kindle print my comic, but that turned out to be a complete mess because Kindle's print on demand system was just not very good for comics at all. So yeah, if you do anything with images and pictures and art, that's always going to be lead to complications. So I was like, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to go with Comics Wellspring, which is a company that specializes in printing comics, and I'm going to have them print these comics and then sell those. So yeah, I would pretty much like no one I had seen had done this. A lot of people who sell comics usually do it at conventions or on Etsy, other websites, what have you. But I wanted to try Amazon because it was the biggest website that everyone uses, virtually everyone uses. So it was like I hadn't seen a lot of people do that, sell on Amazon. So it was like a very tumultuous trial and error system until I found something that worked. And now you can get my comic physically and digitally on Amazon. So it's like super easy to find. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Sorry, and I was going to say, completely my bad by forgetting to put the links in the description. I'll be sure to get to that.
No
once
worries.
It's all wrapped up.
No problem
anyway,
at all.
See, our good buddy Cole, aka Godzilla Gamer 77, asks, so Godzilla vs. Megalon is the best film of all time?
It's definitely one of the most fun films of all time. I'll definitely say that. I definitely have a lot of love and nostalgia for Godzilla vs. Megalon. I have nothing but sheer unironic love for Jet Jaguar, and I'm so happy that he's back in action for Godzilla Singular Point.
I'm 100% with you right there.
Yeah.
I in fact, I'm gonna watch Godzilla Singular Point solely for Jet Jaguar.
Yes, absolutely. So screw it. Best movie, put on S tier.
Yeah, no, SSS tier.
Yeah,
SSS plus tier.
No. Well, to use a joke I use on After Dark, you put it in the J tier, the JJ tier.
Let's see. And another one of our good pals, John Barry. He asked, when you consider a robot design to be over the top?
Definitely, I would consider a robot design to be over the top when it's so cluttered you can't make heads or tails of what you're looking at. And my go-to example would be any final combination for modern Super Sentai / Power Ranger Megazords. I know they're not called Megazords in Super Sentai, but for simplicity, I'm going to call them Megazords here on out. So, yeah, like by the roughly like the mid to late 2000s and definitely it became problematic. Like by the late 2000s to 2010s, you got Megazords that end up getting like these smaller artillery Zords that are pretty much, well, back in the early 2000s, you had like Zords where they had like another Zord that act as like a replacement arm or a second pair of legs or a new torso or a jetpack or what have you. But then they decided at some point, Toei decided, you know what? We need to sell more toys. Let's just introduce a whole bunch of extra Zords that you just add on top of the robot. And so you just got like parts on top of parts on top of parts on top of parts until it looks like the ugliest parade float imaginable. Look no further than the Gigazord from Power Rangers Samurai. That thing...
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you look at the Gigazord, it just makes, for me, it makes my eyes bleed looking at that thing.
It just looks like a box. It's just a giant box.
it's just a giant, just a giant set of spikes. Or another one that's like really ugly would probably be like there's a train Sentai called TokuTitanCast. And TokuTitanCast, it's just like, again, like a bunch of like blocks next to each other. Or no, Zyuohger is literally cubes, like blocky cubes stacked on top of each other to make a giant robot.
So basically, Getter Minecraft. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, essentially, yeah, it is. You look at the Zyuohger mechs; they look like Minecraft Megazords. Yeah, so it's like any final form where it's just garbage stacked on top of garbage. It just looks like one giant piece of trash. I know Sean will get that reference.
I am directly below the enemy scrotum.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, the Bayformer aesthetic can definitely get very ugly and over the top, especially for the Decepticons that are mostly just like gunmetal grain, just like parts on top of parts. Where again, if you can make heads or tails out of it, that's when I consider it over the top.
Yeah, and even gets to a point where they actually like end up reusing like the same like character designs,
character models,
other movies like Grindor in Revenge of the Fallen is just a larger blackout from the first movie.
Right, or like they took like the Optimus Prime's protoform and used it for like the various Decepticons at the end of Revenge of the Fallen.
Yeah, and one of the Decepticons in Age of Extinction was just Shockwave with two heads.
Two heads, yes. So like that's why so many people gravitated towards the Bumblebee movie designs, because it's like they were recognizable, they were clean, you can tell what you're looking at.
Yeah. So
that answers my question there. For when a design is over the top is when it's so complicated, when you overcomplicate a design with so many superfluous details.
Yeah. So and Shoma's here. Just want to drop and say hello to two of my many favorite YouTubers with deep manly voices.
Hello there, Raph. It's good to see you again. I'll bust out my Patrick Warburton impersonation for you. Give you like deep manly voices. Peter.
Yeah. Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Glad I dropped in for this. You have given me a lot of useful information.
You're welcome, man. I'm thank you very much for showing up, man.
Enshima asks, worst anime that we have seen.
That's a tough one, because it's like I don't really go out of my way to watch bad anime, and like whatever bad anime I've seen, it's usually when like YouTubers or other content creators talk about them.
Right.
Like the easiest pick would be X-Arm. That's just an easy punching bag right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky enough to not have seen X-Arm.
You haven't seen any clips of it?
I've seen clips, just not the anime, like as a whole, or as a whole thus far.
Yeah, let me just see if I can find the there's a YouTuber who does like a really great video, dissecting X-Arm and how it turned to be the complete trash fire that it ended up being. It's from a YouTuber named The Canepa Effect. How not to make an anime. What went wrong with Crunchyroll's X-Arm animator spotlight. Do check that video out, folks. That's why I've never watched the Gundam Seeds duology, because I've heard so much negativity surrounding Gundam Seed Destiny, where it was a show that was so like rift with production problems and this like egotistical writing director pair that like it got so messy that they ended up like replacing its entire cast and bring back the cast from the first series to replace for the rest of the show. But yeah, in terms of bad anime, I can't say that I have seen any. I mean, even if it's like the worst anime, I can't really think of anything that was like I can't really think of anything that was like, wow, that was a complete and utter waste of time. Yeah, because like when you're watching anime, you tend to want to invest in a good series, and I tend to hear from word of mouth. It's like, oh, this series is worth checking out. I'll do so.
I gotcha. Though worst anime I've seen personally is Japan Sinks 2020. Me being like a huge fan of Submersive Japan, like mainly the original film from 1973, which I say is like the greatest tokusatsu film like ever made, in my opinion. Like this this like modernized retelling like of the story is completely devoid of like the soul, spirit, and subtlety that like made the original story like so impactful like in the first place. Like the characters they're all bland. They lack personality. Like they're nowhere near the level of Hiroshi Fujioka and Keiju Kobayashi, who are the two main characters in the original film. So it's and now not to rag on people who like Japan Sinks 2020, but like a lot of people do talk about how it's like this super emotional, sad story that's also violent when all that stuff is only in the first episode, really.
Okay, you know what? Here's an easy one. Transformers Energon. That's probably the worst anime I've seen. So boring, I didn't even finish it. It was so ugly that everyone died. The end.
I guess in that case, I'll go ahead and say, I mean, I know people like to give it a ton of crap anyway, but Sword Art Online was one that I thought was so boring that I did not want to finish it. Like, I stopped after the third episode, and I just gave up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was on board for like the first half of the original series, and then once it got into its second story arc and they had the weird whole incest thing, I was like, oh, no, thank you. No.
I didn't hear about that. Okay.
Really? No.
I did not.
No. It's like, to quote a friend of mine, incest is not wincest.
And I just got done watching Justin Wang's new video at the time it was being recorded.
Here's another easy target. I haven't seen this, but I've seen plenty of reviews and clips about it. Berserk 2016. That's an easy target. And I love the original Berserk, the anime. I still need to read the manga.
Like the art style in the manga is so legendary. It's like, why can't you just trace it? Yeah, like just do that.
It's just, again, it's another thing where it's like, I guess it's another situation of a lot of inexperienced people making all the wrong decisions at all the wrong turns. Like apparently for like the first season, it's like they spent half of the production time just figuring out how the show's supposed to look like.
Yeah. And like, I mean, I don't know if you can call it cinematography, but it's all over the place. It's like,
you can do that.
It's like there's all these like weird tilted angles, camera movements,
right?
Stuff shot upside down for some reason. Like, why is it upside down?
Just the camera going.
Yeah, like.
I think what happened was like this was their first time ever doing CG animation. And they're like, "My God, you mean to tell me we can move the camera anywhere we want? Let's do a lot of it."
No.
Again, like no one was really experienced with CG animation at that time, so they're like, "Wow." They're like a kid in a candy shop. They didn't know what to do with all these neat little trinkets and toys and stuff.
Let's see. Sean mentions, with your love of comics, Andres, I got to show you Electric Dragon 80,000 volts, which Sean did show me, and it's a very, very entertaining film. And it's basically about this guy. Like the name of the actor is blanking on me at the moment, but he also played he was also the lead in Ichi the Killer. He basically plays this boxer with who can absorb electricity.
No.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, and like the way it's shot, like lit and all that, it's very reminiscent of a manga, especially with the fact that it's shot in black and white as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and I highly recommend checking that out.
All right, awesome, thanks.
No problem. Nate asks, ever heard of Big Guy and Rusty? It's criminally underrated in the kaiju community.
Absolutely. I love watching the Big Guy and Rusty every Saturday morning on Fox Kids. It was made by the same people that made Godzilla the series, Men in Black the series, I believe. What else? They all have like a very grotesque, similar style to all of them, but I really loved it. I haven't watched it at all since those days, and then during like it had to have been like the 90s or like late 90s or early 2000s. But I would love to go back and revisit that series and just fall in love with it all over again.
All right, I should probably check that out myself sometime.
Yeah, I mean, like the two main protagonists are literally like homages to Tetsujin and Astro Boy.
Nice. See, Cole asks, speaking of mechs, thoughts on Pacific Rim: The Black?
It's all right.
I haven't seen it. I heard nothing but mixed things about it. Like I've heard people who like really like it, but but it seems like the only reason people like it is because it's better than Uprising, which is hard to
exactly
do. I mean,
yeah
it's like that's not saying much, but okay.
right it's like anyone can be better than Uprising. Just looking at like I made a Facebook post about it, so I'll just like repeat what I mentioned there. Overall, it was all right, though very predictable with its plot and characters. Plus, you can see where a lot of the cost cutting went down. What I mean by that is like there are constantly like repeated models of kaiju and Jaegers everywhere, and even like the main Jaegers themselves. I hated this thing about Uprising, and they do the same thing here, where all the newer Jaegers just look very plain and boring. Especially like when it comes to like their overall silhouette. Even like someone like Gypsy Danger, who is meant to be like the very basic style Jaeger, has a very broad shoulders, very broad chested, barrel chested, broad shoulder, almost like hunched football player like aesthetic to him. So all like a lot of the visuals are kind of underwhelming. Again, not a fan of the CG animation style. For whatever reason, the human stuff has a lower frame rate than the giant monster Jaeger stuff. But yeah, overall, again, the story, it's serviceable, but it's nothing you haven't really seen before. At least for me personally, and just a lot of it didn't really have any surprises whatsoever. Even like the big twist that supposedly comes out at the end, you're like, I was already waiting like 5 episodes in. All right, when is this twist supposed to happen? Come on, show it to me. No, you're gonna take your time with that. Oh, okay. Oh, look, you did the thing that I was expecting you to do way back when. It was kind of one of those things where it's just like, I don't like it. It's okay. It's fine. It's, again, serviceable. It's entertaining, but it just wasn't gripping me like I would with another series, like The Spoke Kibishi Rohan. So
I still need to watch that, and I heard it's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're a JoJo fan, forget the black. Go watch The Spoke Kibishi Rohan. Yeah, it's like when a good show, the sign of a good show is when it draws you in and you're like, oh God, I gotta see the next episode right now. You're like, there's always that feeling that it's like, okay, maybe one more episode. All right, okay, one more episode. This time for real. All right, this time for sure, one more episode. But with Pacific Rim: The Black, there was nothing that made me feel that way. And I was actually honestly just forcing myself to binge through the series out of obligation, I guess, at that point, because I knew people were going to be asking me about this.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch an anime that features giant monsters and it actually acts as a throwback to the stuff that it's actually homaging, it puts its own unique spin on it and is very ambitious, especially in today's time, watch Attack on Titan.
Yeah. or SSSS.Gridman.
Yeah, or Gridman.
Let's see here. We had Nate. Yeah.
Sean asks favorite Macross anime.
I've only ever watched 2, so I don't think I can make a right judgment based on those 2 alone. I've only watched the original Macross and Macross Plus. Macross Plus is beautiful. The original Macross, SDF Macross, is a classic. It's really hard to choose between the two, honestly.
All right. I actually watched Macross Plus recently with Sean, and I really enjoyed that. We specifically watched the English dub because of Bryan Cranston.
Yes.
whose voice work is criminally underrated. Yeah, no one talks about Bryan Cranston's voice work enough.
No. If they ever did, it's always like, did you know that Bryan Cranston worked on Power Rangers?
It's like, yeah. Did you know that he was also Commissioner Gordon in Batman Year One?
Right.
Let's see. Let's see. Nipfire says, I already saw someone recommend this to you in the comments of fully endorsed, but I'm saying it anyway. You got to watch Inhumanoids.
It definitely, like, in terms of like talking about a subject on fully endorsed, like either me or my co-host has to have watched it first so they can recommend it to the other person who hasn't seen it. That's generally how fully endorsed works. But in my own time, yeah, neither of us have seen Inhumanoid, so we can't cover it as of this moment. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people like talk endlessly about Inhumanoids. And yeah, having watched James Rolfe's video about it years ago, I'm certainly interested in seeing what all the hullabaloo is all about with that with that short-lived series.
Yeah, it seems very interesting, honestly.
Yeah, and the toys look pretty sweet. I'm surprised they never had a revival. I guess they just weren't popular enough.
Yeah, I guess so. And I'm gonna bring this up just for the heck of it. Andres will no doubt answer your question in full, but no, I'm doing a live stream Monday with his extended thoughts on Pacific Rim with a third host.
Yeah. So look forward to that on Inshoma's channel.
Let's see here. Ever had a fond childhood memories of something only to return to it later and find it's not good? Happened to me with Transformers Energon.
What did I tell you, man? Let's see. Something that I look back on. Big Bad Beetleborgs. I just like Power. If you thought Power Rangers was very childish, Big Bad Beetleborgs easily like just pushes the envelope like off a freaking cliff. And it's like I couldn't stand one episode of it. I was like, no, it's like I could see where my younger self fell in love with Big Bad Beetleborgs, but just it's watching. I was like, no, thank you, no, no. Like Power Rangers, I can still enjoy for all its cheesy goodness, but like Beetleborgs just pushed up the ante, and I think I may have seen Matt Saban's Mask Rider at some point. But when I went back to look at Masked Rider, it's like just more of that unbearable levels of camp cheesiness and overall just dull writing. It's like, no, just no.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of something that I kind of had a similar experience with. I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for this, but the 1986 Transformers movie, like I absolutely loved it as a kid, but rewatching it recently, I don't hate it, but like now as an adult, I've consumed a lot of media. I am much more aware of its flaws now, and yeah, it's basically feature-length toy commercial.
Mm.
Let's see here. Sean says, are you getting sick of the overabundance of CGI in anime overshadowing 2D animation?
Not really. I mean, I have no qualms with CG animation. I mean, my personal preference is always 2D animation, but you can still make damn good CG animation, whether it's like Pixar or like some of the best stuff from DreamWorks, or
Attack on Titan Season 4.
Was that CG?
Yeah. They're actually using CGI models more in this season of Attack on Titan, and while and yeah, like it's noticeable that it's CGI, but
Mhm.
not only is it a huge improvement from how Wit Studio utilized CGI and the anime
Mhm.
before the studio changed to Mappa,
Mhm.
like it's used like smart here,
Mhm.
like it looks like incredible for CG animation.
Yeah. Beastars is another recent CG anime that's like really damn good. That was another anime that just had me like drawn to the series and had me binge the entire first season in one night.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I have no qualms with CGI being used more and more, but I do definitely prefer good CG, of course. I noticed that a lot of CGI is very stuck in this pattern. A lot of CG anime is stuck in this pattern where they still want to appease fans of 2D anime by replicating the look and feel of 2D anime with cell shading and like the same stuttering frame rate. And personally, I'm just not a fan of that in the slightest. I feel like if you're going to make something, if you're going to make CG animation, it's best to go with an art style that is made for CG animation. Make something that works in CG. Perhaps the best example would probably be like I haven't seen the movie, but I love the overall look of it, is the Lupin the Third movie, where
Oh
they
yeah, that one looks really nice.
They pretty much like they perfectly captured the look of that anime, of that that original series, and translated wonderfully into a style suited for CG animation. As opposed to sort of being, I see it sort of being like kind of like seeing having a CG anime trying to copy the look and feel of 2D anime. It's like they're trying to run with a ball and chain like shackled to your leg. You can't really
Right.
go that far. You're limiting yourself by doing that, I feel.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
there's probably good examples of that done very well. But more times than usual, I see it just looking very awkward.
SSSS Gridman, it had
Mhm.
some CGI in it as well.
Yeah, and it worked wonderfully there. Gundam Unicorn was another great one that used a lot of CGI there.
Let's see
See,
here.
the rebuild of Evangelion movies use CG very well there
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
yeah, that's right.
Let's see. Uh
Sean says, "Isn't Cooler from Cooler's Revenge cool?"
huh. What was the line from the DBZ abridged movie where it's like, Cooler was Freezer, but Freezer was cooler.
See, Martin Casper Smith asks, "Are you familiar with Vrano and his amazing fan animations of Godzilla and Bionicle?"
Yeah. His work that I don't know, he, she, their work. This individual's work has popped up from time to time on social media, and a lot of this person's work does get recommended to me by people who aren't even Godzilla fans. They're like, "Oh, hey, check this thing out I found." And I remember the first thing I saw was some of the model animations for Godzilla and Gear. I was like a Godzilla and Gearus Mothra and a bunch of aliens from the series. It was the Godzilla versus Gorosaurus fight, which was amazing.
Oh yeah.
He did this Godzilla versus Axor, which was awesome. And
There was he
yeah,
also did this Rano also did this animation where they where they pretty much went through like a good history of like lost or unmade Godzilla films,
mhm.
like through the use of these models, and it was very creative and just really
Yeah.
nice.
Here we go. It was called like the Island of Unmade Godzilla movies.
Yeah, that one.
I liked it for the most part. I just wasn't a fan of how on the nose the writing was, where characters were specifically talking about legalities and Toho and movies. It's like I wish they didn't get that fourth wall breaking. It
I
could have been
gotcha.
like, oh, we were just the monsters that never came to be, and we're stuck here. Once you start getting to the nitty gritty legal details, it's like, it takes me out of the story.
Yeah.
uh, but the person's work is definitely very, very expressive, very fluid animation, and I really hope to see more from this person. Yeah, I mean, heck, I would love to see what this person can do with original content, or maybe a fully fledged fan film that isn't just here's this character fighting this character. Because as cool as it is to see monsters fight, I can only see so much of it before it just kind of gets boring with no story there to draw me in.
Right.
That again, that's just me. For I know there's a lot of people out there that love when people make fan animations of like monster versus monster stuff. But for me, I'm kind of like would like a little bit more, and that's generally why I don't like follow a lot of Verano's work a lot. Just what happens to come my way.
Let's see here. Nate Fire asks if you've seen Raiga versus Oga, and if you have, would you review it?
I have not seen it. I do have I own the Blu-ray. It's over at my family's house over in America. So eventually when I move back home, I do want to check it out. And yeah, I'll most likely review it, given that I started this channel reviewing indie kaiju movies, including Deep Sea Monster Raigo and versus Battleship Yamato and Deep Sea Monster Raiga. So I feel like it would only be fitting to kind of like go back to my roots essentially and check this out. I do know it's not a good movie, so I do have my expectations set very low.
All right. Sean says that he's heading out. Take it easy.
All right. Take care, dude.
Let's see. Nate Fire asks, what is a show you think deserves a revival? Can we please get Teen Titans Season 6 already?
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. A show. Oh, freaking Symbiotic Titan. It got canceled after one season. So yeah, I'm definitely going with Symbiotic Titan for me as my number one request to see it be brought back.
I just want to see Shin Great Mazinger.
Great Mazinger. Oh yes. Oh my God, yes. I want to see Shin Great Mazinger too. Please, for the love of God, please have that.
Yeah, and apparently, like the manga that Shin Mazinger Z like was sort of like based on. There is this version of Mazinger Z called Mazinger Zero. Oh,
sorry, that has nothing to do with Shin Mazinger Z. They just happen to have Shin in the title.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, disregard that. Okay.
No, it's essentially it's like, what if Mazinger Z went ape and very, very violent.
Let's see here. I guess we'll wait for some more questions to pop up.
Okay. I remember earlier before Spider-Res Prime mentioned comic strips do not equal comic books. Well, that's true. A book is different from a strip, but they're comics regardless. Let's see. Godzilla Gamer earlier said, last Evangelion movie, screw that. Tom and Jerry is the movie of 2021.
Yeah.
Earlier, Nate Fire asked, what were your biggest influences for DRACO AZUL, which we went into in extensive detail.
Yeah.
When we were talking about Ultimate Marvel, Sean went, ever heard of this thing called the internet?
Yeah.
Godzilla Gamer said, internet? What's that? I'm still using my good old typewriter.
Let's see.
Nate Fire said, yeah.
Martin says, KAIJUNOIR, I enjoyed your Godzilla in an animation series, and I hope to see you continue it with Godzilla Singular Point.
Thank you very much, man. I definitely appreciate that. And hopefully once Singular Point is out, Matt, Danny, and I can definitely get right back on that and give our thoughts on that show in full.
Let's see here. Nate Fire asks, overrated kaiju film?
I would probably say Destroy All Monsters, because despite the fact that people consider it as a classic, and there's definitely a lot of effort and time and talent put into that movie, I would say the things that people love from Destroy All Monsters makes up only like a good 10%. Of the movie, as
mainly the final battle, which in itself is not only very one-sided, but a bit short
and anticlimactic when they threw in that random burning UFO at the last minute, which just sucks out all the tension, or like all that like sort of like whatever high you were experiencing off that final battle, a lot of it just drops down to zero when you're given a boring UFO chase.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, what is this fire? Oh, it's a UFO.
That's how you're ending things off. Oh, all right. And yeah, and then like the rest of the movie is just almost like a slog to get through. It's like, I don't know, it's for me, it's just a very poorly paced movie. It doesn't take enough of an advantage of its unique concepts.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I actually watched the Champion Festival version of Destroy All Monsters, and it's basically an abridged version of the movie, and like in one way they do try to like help out with the pacing, because I mean the pacing in Destroy All Monsters is it is what it is. Yeah, it sacrifices an already weak script, which makes the film even worse.
Right.
So don't watch the Champion Festival version of Destroy All Monsters, but instead watch the Champion Festival version of King Kong versus Godzilla, which I feel is honestly the superior cut like of that particular film.
Cool then. Yeah, I'll definitely will if I ever get the chance. But yeah, I feel like it's almost like it feels like a chore to get through a lot of Destroy All Monsters just to get to the good parts. So the fact that it's considered like an all-time classic, I understand its place in history, but it's one that I rarely ever revisit, honestly.
Let's see, Cole asks, who has the deeper voice, Davis or Andres?
I'll let the audience decide on that one.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Who has the deeper voice?
Also, can put off the best Patrick Warburton impersonation.
Hey, now, Andres. I mean, actually,
Patrick.
I'll go ahead and admit defeat here. You do a better Patrick Warburton voice than I do.
Thank you very much, Patrick. It's good to know us Patricks can get along and know who's the superior Patrick.
Oh, yeah. Us Patricks have to look out for one another.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
So, thoughts on the latest Singular Point trailer, specifically the new kaiju designs of Hedorah, Megalon, etc. And I was actually going to bring this up when Cole asked about Godzilla vs. Megalon being the greatest movie ever made. I also like the redesign of Megalon. I will say it did take me a minute to realize that it actually was Megalon. But like after I realized it was Megalon, I somehow loved the design even more.
I still have trouble seeing it as Megalon because it has the general appearance of a spider. It's got the multiple eyes, and I get that it has like somewhat of the mouth and the drills
the drill hands.
Yeah. Which I thought was really cool, that the fact that like it looks like Jet Jaguar just took one of those drills and made a makeshift weapon spear out of it. But yeah, it looks interesting. Hedorah, I'm very curious to see what they'll do with Hedorah. Hedorah's always been one of those, like Dylan and I have always argued that if there's ever a kaiju that would benefit the most from animation, it would definitely be Hedorah.
Oh, totally. Especially since he kind of looks like Chaos from Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, or Dogora, the space jellyfish.
Yeah.
It was very exciting. It was a very exciting trailer, very well put together. I'm glad to see Jet Jaguar have his time in the spotlight. He looks great. He's got new legs, Lieutenant Dan. So I'm very excited about it. I'm honestly more excited for Singular Point than I am with Godzilla versus Kong. So
same here.
And so I'm curious to see what it has to offer for the franchise.
Let's see here. What is the first kaiju film you can remember seeing? I watched Destroy All Monsters and Final Wars back to back.
For me, it was either Kong 33 or it was the combination of seeing Sea Monster and then Mechagodzilla back to back.
All right. Me personally, it was Terror of Mechagodzilla. That was my first ever kaiju film.
That's really cool. Did you ever saw where did you catch those movies on? Because I saw mine on VHS.
It was that classic media box set from like the early 2000s that also had Rodan, Godzilla's Revenge, Mothra vs. Godzilla, and Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Oh, okay, yeah, I definitely remember those. Right.
Well, technically, I don't own the copy that I had, but I did get another one because me being a careless child, I damaged all the discs.
You see, I didn't have to worry about that because VHSs were significantly durable back then. It's only when, like, as a child, at one point, I ended up like pulling out all the tape from all, what do you call it, like the actual tape from the cassette.
The reel.
Of the reel on my Dumbo VHS tape, and my mom spent like the entire day like slowly rewinding it back and making it work by some. She was a miracle worker. At that point, I was realized, okay, don't ever do that again.
Are we gonna get a scene of a Ramona fixing a VHS tape in a Draco issue?
Maybe if we ever have a scene where we get to see a little bit of her home life, she'll be like, "Oh, here's my VHS collection."
Yeah. See, Freezing Wisdom 98 asks, which Godzilla from the Millennium era has the best design?
For me, it would have to be SOS because it's actually my favorite design overall. Essentially, essentially took the best aspects of Heisei Godzilla and Godzilla 2000, merging them. So you end up something with the really cool, very spiky, edgy design of Godzilla 2000 with the overall color scheme and blue atomic breath of 90s Godzilla, and top it off with the badass chest scar for specifically the SOS version.
Oh yeah, the Kiryu design is easily like one of the most recognizable looks for Godzilla. It's like when you think Millennium Godzilla, it's either that or the Mirai Goji suit from Godzilla 2000 and Mechagodzilla.
Right, and it seems to be like a lot of artists' go-to design, that or the 90s Godzilla, when it comes to fan arts and official comics and what have you.
Yeah, so I'll also go ahead and say Kiryu Goji.
Awesome.
Batra versus Megaguirus. I guess it's like a who would win sort of thing.
Yes. Always.
Yeah. I guess maybe Megaguirus because I don't think we really see like too much of Batra in his film debut, unfortunately.
Yeah, he really didn't, like, as great as he was initially. Once he transformed into his adult form, he didn't really do much.
Yeah, he was basically Gothra.
Yes.
Least favorite kaiju from the Godzilla franchise?
I don't really have a least favorite kaiju. I mean, like, this is something when someone asked me, like, what are your least favorite kaijus? And I was like, well, I don't really have any least favorite kaijus. If anything, I'm just very apathetic to any kaiju that I'm not a fan of or I don't love. It's like, it's there. I don't despise it or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, I guess Kamibas, because he didn't really do anything in SOS. So it's like,
yeah, I guess Kamibas counts.
Because that's the thing. It's like, for a Godzilla monster, officially now a Godzilla monster as of SOS, it's like, what was it, SOS or
it was
against
SOS?
Yeah.
It was against Mechagodzilla that brought in Mothra and Garayann and Sanda.
Right. Yeah, for like, as of SOS, it's an official Godzilla monster, but it's a monster that left zero impression on me as a kid. I was like, what is that? Why does it get its own little logo on the back of the DVD case?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like for a Godzilla monster, you didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the same boat as you. Like, I don't really have like a least favorite kaiju from the
Mhm,
Godzilla series, as it's something I don't really think about.
mhm.
Like I was gonna say something like the flying condor from Sea Monster, who's just kind of there and got his ass beat.
Yeah. Even then, it's like I cannot hate the giant condor because I have so much nostalgia for Sea Monster, it being my favorite, very first Godzilla movie.
Yeah, it's like, why did it need to be there?
Yeah, that I will. Yeah, I will definitely attest to that.
Although Godzilla gamer Cole, he's probably typing away in the comments saying that the giant condor from Sea Monster is the greatest kaiju ever, which it, I mean that's Cole for you. I mean,
Sure.
Cole's great. I love Cole.
Oh, that's good.
Let's see, ever seen Space Amoeba?
Yes, it's been years since I've seen that, but I do own the that Media Blasters DVD of it.
Same here.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
I'd say.
I say it's a fun watch.
Hmm.
Martin asks, "Are you a fan of My Life as a Teenage Robot? Are you familiar with its fan revival project, M MLAT rebooted? And do you think there's a chance for an official revival in the future?"
I'm probably so. Yeah, first off, yeah, I grew up with a lot of my life as a teenage robot. I remember seeing that on like what was it, Saturday nights on Nicktoon, not Nicktoons, but like not Nick at Night. It was like they had a special block for like new episodes of My Life as a Teenage Robot and Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron and SpongeBob. But yeah, I really enjoyed the show. You know, it had a lot of action, great animation, really cool retro 50s City of the Future style to it, Art Deco to it. Yeah, I think there was also like a TV movie about it, I think, but I don't remember at that point. I was kind of like not paying attention to the series at that point because I think I was maybe in high school at that point. I'm not sure. Maybe I was just too busy for television then. But yeah, I would be interested in seeing a revival for the show. I mean, I'm assuming it never did had an actual ending. I think it was one of those shows that was unfortunately screwed over by its broadcasting schedule because apparently certain episodes from the final season weren't aired until like a year or two after it left. It's one of those things where it's like there's a huge delay between seasons where like you make a series of a batch of episodes, but they don't air them until like years down the line. So like there's just this gap in its airing, in its original airing. You're like, what the hell happened there?
Mm.
But yeah, I have not heard of. Oh wait, maybe I've heard of the rebooted fan project. Only because I know a friend of mine who is a huge fan of My Life as a Teenage Robot and has probably mentioned it to me, but I haven't kept track of it at all, really. So, as for a chance for an official revival in the future, I'd say it's possible. I'd say like 2000s nostalgia is on the rise, and
Yeah,
maybe
I mean, I'd say so.
we had the Hey Arnold movie, we had the Invader Zim movie. They're making a CG reboot of Rugrats. So yeah, they made there was that announcement of like a Nicktoons movie that never came to fruition. But yeah, I'd say like as people who grew up in the 2000s are now well into their 20s or are about to enter their 20s, 2000s nostalgia could help bring back My Life as a Teenage Robot. I can see that happening.
Yeah, especially since like a few months ago, HBO Max just put up like a lot of Cartoon Network's like late '90s, early 2000s shows on their
Cool.
streaming service, and I would be lying if I said that I didn't binge watch all of Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Nice. Now that one honestly does not need to come back. We had the big picture movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can pull off something like Ed, Edd n Eddy ever again.
Not at all.
See, we got Daimo Z here. Hey, what's up?
Yo.
Do you think we'll see Toei revive any one of their older Toku series down the line? And if they do, which one do you two want to see revived?
Toei Toku series. I mean, just for the sake of nostalgia, I'd like to see them bring back B Fighter, since which was the series that became Big Bad Beetleborgs. I know they've revived. They brought back Gavon a few times. They did that whole movie, which was like a passing of the torch deal, and that younger Gavon had gone on to appear in Super Sentai crossovers. I suppose I've never seen Just Beyond, but it's the only metal hero with a giant robot, so I'm gonna go with that.
Did you see that one fan made CGI video
Yes.
for Just Beyond?
Yeah. That was amazing.
That looks so cool.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Just Beyond. Bring back Just Beyond.
Yeah, I still need to check out Just Beyond, but I do know there's a lot of love surrounding that series, and I believe it was just put up on Crunchyroll.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
So yeah, I'm definitely gonna check out Just Beyond sometime. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. Oh, wait. Yo, did someone say Giant Condor? There he is.
Let me tell you,
Giant Condor has the best fight in kaiju media. That's for sure.
I want you to just read that as Macho Man Randy Savage. Let me tell you, Giant Condor
has the best fight in kaiju media.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Slim Jim.
Godzilla, I got 3 seconds with you. 3 seconds of screen time.
Bonesaw is ready.
Yeah. Snip into a Slim Jim.
Freezing Wisdom asks, how big does a monster need to be in order to qualify as a kaiju?
Yes.
I mean,
I honestly don't care.
I mean, the way I see it, kaiju is more of an umbrella term for any like Japanese monster, because it quite literally means strange beast. Yeah. And within that, you have Dai kaiju, which refers to like giant monsters. You also have kaijin, which refers to like the more humanoid monsters. One that comes to mind is the snowman from Half Human, which is of course larger than the average human being, but not as big as a house or something like that.
And then you have like words like Kyodai and Kyojin, which are just interchangeable words for giant thing.
Yeah.
Or giant person. So yeah, I'd say in all seriousness, I would consider anything the size of a house, of a one-story, anything the size of a one-story house to be a giant monster. That's just me.
Yeah. So basically, a kaiju can be any size. It's just that when it's giant, that's when you slap the die on there, because that means giant.
Yeah. Same thing with robots. You know, people think of like Transformers as giant robots, even though a lot of Transformers tend to be not that big compared to the likes of Mazinger, Gundam, Gator Robo, what have you.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see the term Mecha get thrown around.
No, it's just giant robots or just mecha. They're all mecha. Even if it's a suit of armor, that's technically mecha.
Oh yeah, especially when you have stuff like the armor troopers and Vodums and the Labors and Pat Labor, which aren't as big as something like a Gundam. Like they're they're still pretty huge. Like say, I want to say like 3 or 5 meters tall. I mean, you know where I'm getting at.
Totally, yeah.
Thoughts on Dynazenon?
Very excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks real cool.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. From the looks of it, it seems like they're going to be focusing a lot on a lot of. It might just kind of be more of the same, where it might be like half slice of life, half sci-fi action, which I really dug in SSSS.Gridman. So I'm really interested to see how they'll do that, or if they'll offer something new for SSSS.Dynazenon, because it reminds me a bit. I hope they don't go the route of like Gundam Builders Try, where it was just like a rehash of the exact same plot beat for beat as the original Gundam Build Fighters, where Gundam Build Fighters Try was just the same as usual, just with a new cast. So it's like, yeah, I hope in that case, they don't just go beat for beat like Gridman. Like, we already know what's up with Gridman, so let's see what new thing they can add to Dynazenon, and hopefully they'll do that.
All right. What's your dream kaiju movie?
One with DRACO AZUL.
Yes, always.
Always. One with giant robots. That's my dream kaiju movie.
Yeah.
In fact, like Pacific Rim, that was my dream. Honestly, I loved Pacific Rim so much because that was like the movie my inner child always wanted to see. And so that was like the movie, honestly, yeah, the movie of my dream. So I have my dream kaiju movie. It's Pacific Rim.
Favorite Transformer show?
Probably animated. I grew up watching. I followed Transformers animated from beginning to end.
That's
in high
a really
school.
good one.
Yeah, I love its style. It's got a very westernized. It's got some bits of anime, but it's definitely a very westernized style of it. Like because as someone who grew up on like Dexter's Laboratory and Johnny Bravo, Powerpuff Girls, this sort of like very like 90s era of animation, TV animation. Transformers Animated really like gripped me with its visual style, and not just that, but its takes on the characters were very fresh, very enjoyable. This was a time when G1 nostalgia was just like wasn't rammed down your throat. So this is like the very first time where it was like, it felt like a true return to form, but at the same time also providing a lot of fresh energy to a lot of these reinterpreted characters, like turning like turning the Constructicons into like New Yorker construction workers was amazing. And then turning like the headmaster into another Constructicon who sounds like Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I also really enjoyed Animated. I love that series. One I also really dug was Transformers Cybertron, aka Galaxy Force.
Mm-hmm.
And I distinctly remember Toonami had like an entire Transformers Cybertron marathon, like several days before the first Michael Bay film was released in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember sitting in front of my TV just watching that marathon before finally watching the first Transformers movie.
Oh, nice. Beast Wars is definitely another one for me, because that was the thing that introduced me to Transformers, and I have revisited it. And honestly, for me, Beast Wars is one of those shows that is actually better than I remembered it being.
Oh yeah, Beast Wars is amazing.
Yeah, only because like as a kid, you weren't able. There was a lot of things I didn't pick up on in terms of like character, like world building and character writing and all that good stuff. So Beast Wars and Animated are pretty much like neck and neck for me.
So Dinobot is the best character, yes or yes?
Yes, always.
See, Dynamo C says, apparently there was a License Just Beyond graphic novel in Brazil that came out last year.
Cool.
Anshima says, Discotech Media announced that they've required more tokusatsu shows for future releases. Which Toku shows would you like to see on American DVDs? I'd love Metalder and Daitetsu 17 myself.
I'll pick Ultraman Tiga just to spite you, Raph. No, I'm not. I don't know if Funimation still makes those Ultraman Tiga DVDs.
I doubt that they do because of the whole Milk Creek thing.
Right. Oh yeah, that's true. In that case, yeah. All joking aside, I would love for them to finally put out Kamen Rider on DVD. Just any Kamen Rider. Yeah. I don't care. Just we already got Sentai, we got Ultraman. we got a little bit of Metal Hero with Just Beyond. I just want them to bring in Kamen Rider. And heck, if you're gonna go the Jew Ranger route, go with Black and Black RX. Do that. Black and Black RX. I want to see that.
I did hear that, and now this is all rumors. This may or may not be confirmed, but apparently Mill Creek does have a license to do a release of the original Gridman, but they don't have a license for like any of the other Tsuburaya shows like Mirror Man, Fireman, and Jumbo Orgase. And honestly, I'd love to see one of those get a Blu-ray release here in the US.
Yeah, I would definitely love to finally be able to watch Gridman, because I know the Tsuburaya channel, they've been posting episodes of Gridman, and they only put it up for like 2 weeks or so before they take them down, I believe.
Yeah, and another thing was that they like for some reason they stopped being like accessible in the US. Like they'd upload them, but they'd be blocked in the US for some reason.
Or blocked in Japan.
yeah. So I guess that might mean Mill Creek is up to something at the moment when it comes to Gridman. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe like the Tsuburaya channel was made to like test the waters and to introduce people to the show, so that when it does come out on DVD, they're like, oh wow, it's that show that I saw for a little bit but I cannot access and I really want to see it again. I'm gonna get the DVD or Blu-ray.
Let's see here. Dynamo says, and there is a licensed Just Beyond remake movie coming out in Brazil sometime.
Wow.
I did not know that.
Yeah, neither did I. Interesting. You got Just Beyond in Brazil and Voltes 5 in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting in on the anime adaptation action, on the Japanese entertainment action.
Now, if only they could do something with that Guy King movie, and James Cameron could get off his lazy ass and do something with Mazinger Z. Come on, James. You've been sitting on Mazinger Z for 20 years. You've done nothing with him. Just put Avatar to the side for a moment and do something with Mazinger Z, please.
Or just get another one of your buddies to direct it, like you did with Alita.
Come to think of it, I would like to see that.
You can get Robert Rodriguez involved, and he's gonna do Mazinger Z. But then he's like, you know what? What if we had made everyone Mexican? And then it's like, and then some guy will be like Draco Azul. He's like, damn it! It's like, I finally win this time. Robert, Bobby boy.
Let's see. Nate says, here's a non-Toku related question. Favorite horror film?
John Carpenter's The Thing.
Me personally, this being another John Carpenter film, the original Halloween.
Oh yeah, that's a great one to watch I try to watch like a Halloween movie every season, and so I've actually shown a lot of my friends, foreigner and Japanese here, Halloween and Halloween 2. Nice. And we got a kick out of those.
Yeah, like I really love like the atmosphere, the pacing, like like the soundtrack too. I mean, it's all great.
Absolutely.
See, does Gamera 4 deserve an official release along with Pulgasari and Godzilla vs. the Wolfman?
I would love for it to get released, if only as like as a bonus feature to some other bigger thing. But realistically speaking, it doesn't, like, legally, realistically speaking, it does not deserve to be released, only because it is not an official product. It's like, to get released requires it to be sold for money, and you just cannot, unless we're talking about Japan and their weird system involving fan comics or self-published fan comics. Yeah, you cannot make profit off of it. So like the only way I see this working is if like Daiei or Kadokawa were to make an arrangement and sell Gamera 4 or include Gamera 4 as a bonus feature with something else, kind of similar to like Matt Frank's Gamera The Last Hope, where he did sell it as an unofficial comic, but then later on it was released officially as part of the Dark Horse Gamera collection. So I guess if that can happen with Matt Frank's book, I suppose that could happen with Gamera 4 as well.
Right. Especially since Gamera 4 has essentially been regulated to invite only private screenings.
Right. So like if I'm not sure why. It's honestly a weird thing. I feel like it's a lost opportunity to not include Gamera 4 as a bonus feature for the Gamera box set when you had The Last Hope included in the Dark Horse box set collection. So it's really strange. And again, it's fan work. It doesn't deserve to be deserve to be involved with anything official. But given that fans want to see it, it is in the realm of possibility for Toho or Kadokawa to look at these fan films and release them. Pulgasari, I don't see it ever getting an official release ever, given it's. Yeah. I'm sure Toho wants nothing to do with this thing.
Funny enough, like two years ago, I decided to DM Kim Jong-un on Instagram about about like a possible negotiation of film rights over Pulgasari. I got no response yet.
Does he have an official Instagram account?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hey, be a great way to honor your dad's legacy, right? Your dad was quite a film buff,
Yeah.
There's quite some money to be made here. Think about it. You're starving people. You got to put food on the table for them.
Martin says, do you think Godzilla Singular Point will be an ongoing series, or do you think Toho's just handing the rights to multiple anime studios to see how they handle Godzilla in their own unique way?
As far as I know, Singular Point is set to have 13 episodes. So it could very well be like a Gridman situation where you're going to get like 12 to 13 episodes and nothing more. But if there's enough of a positive response there, then maybe I can see them perhaps going forward with a new installment, like a season 2, or like just produce a follow-up series with a different title. Maybe it'll be like Godzilla Singular Showdown or whatever, or some animes, they do that thing where they call season 2 just here's the title with a 2 at the end. What was it like Sword Art Online 2? I think that's what they called it or whatever. But yeah, I can see them. I think they're probably going to take the season by season approach, where it's like, let's just do these 13 episodes and see what happens, and if things look okay, then maybe we'll make more.
See, we have Godzilla Singular Point, and then we have Godzilla Double Point.
Yes, and then Godzilla Triple Point.
And then Quadruple Point.
Quintuple Point.
Release Japanese Spider-Man? Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Always.
Especially after that Marvel 616 documentary on the production of Toei Spider-Man. And if you haven't watched Vintage Henshin's video on that documentary, please do, because he is absolutely right when he says that it's perhaps like the most respectful tokusatsu documentary like ever, like on par with what was it called? It was something Bringing Godzilla Down to Size by Norman England.
Right.
Yeah, it's on that level of being like very like respectful and being very informative, as opposed to the Power Rangers episode of The Toys That Made Us.
Earlier, Nate Fire mentioned thoughts on Transformers mediocrity. I mean, Siege. Yeah, I mean, I liked the first season. I liked Siege, for the most part. I just wish that they did something. I would just wish they had like better voice acting and a better reason for Bumblebee to join the Autobots, other than magic data brainwashed him to do so. But yeah, Earthrise, man, Earthrise was just a chore to watch, just a slog to get through, where like nothing of substance happens except here's this random concept from season 3, here's this random concept from season 4, here's this little callback to season 1. It's like, what exactly are you trying to do here? Because you're just doing a lot of these like deep dive references that have no place in this story and just serves as a distraction on your way to Earth.
Yeah.
And then like Optimus Prime, I went from like being like, I was willing to give Optimus Prime a chance, despite everyone calling him a shitty leader. But then during the Earthrise, it's like, okay, for this version of Prime, I no longer have any sympathy for. When you have Prime shouting at Optimus, "Tell me you forgive me," it's like, no, just no.
That is way out of character for Optimus Prime.
I get that Megatron was your friend at one point, and that you feel bad about needing to kill him, but forcing someone to tell them to forgive them, no, just no.
Yeah, but I want to go back to the Japanese Spider-Man bit here. The footage that they also showed in that documentary is very, very good looking. I believe they use footage from like the DVD box set that came out in Japan, as opposed to like the Marvel.com rips that you see everywhere on Archive and YouTube and all that. And especially since Toei Spider-Man is said to make some sort of appearance in the next Spider-Verse movie, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do end up releasing Toei Spider-Man on either Disney Plus or for home video, if not both.
Yeah, I would love either option.
Yeah, it's honestly a series that deserves way more credit than it usually does, because it's often regulated to, oh, look how wacky and weird Japan is. Spider-Man with a giant robot and a machine gun.
Oh my god.
What is this craziness? Like,
oh, Japan.
Stop.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Kaiju Gaiden? Isn't it ironic that a documentary on Lost in Japanese exclusive Kaiju media has become, well, lost?
Yeah, I was as a backer of Kaiju Gaiden back in 2015. I'm definitely very disappointed with how it ended up. Like, and it was like a huge like turning point when you had two individuals, David Hall and Mark Jaramillo, who both wanted to make a documentary. For those who don't know what Kaiju Gaiden is, they wanted to make a documentary based on these various lost fan films and obscure films, short films, what have you, indie films, all on giant monster movies. And so eventually they went to Japan, they filmed all the interviews, and when it came down to editing, Mark Jaramillo left David Hall in charge, and David Hall produced nothing over the course of a year outside of a poorly edited trailer. Mark Jaramillo kicked David off the project. David is like, you can't kick me out. I'm the director. My company is legally behind this. And then eventually Mark Jaramillo said he's going to complete Kaiju Gaiden on his own with his own money because he doesn't want to ask for any more money from the fans. David Hall says, no, I'm still going to direct the move. I'm still going to release this version of Kaiju Gaiden. And then at that point, it looks like you had two different versions of Kaiju Gaiden coming out, only for David Hall to produce a trailer last year. Exactly a year from ago. He released a trailer saying, oh, in March. No, it was in January. January 2020, he said, in March 2020, we're finally gonna get Kaiju Gaiden, the David Hall cut. And of course, we're officially a year after that supposed release date, and we've gotten nothing, just squat.
Yeah, that's a huge shame because when I went to Famous Monsters convention in 2017, there was actually like a panel about Kaiju Gaiden hosted by Mark, and I actually got to see like clips from all these like lost kaiju and tokusatsu media, and it was all very, very interesting, and I would have loved to see that documentary come out, but sometimes things just don't turn out the way we want it to be.
Right. And then like they were even going to cover a lot of those indie movies that I started my YouTube channel on, like Gehara the Dark and Long-Haired Monster, Deep Sea Monster Reigo versus Battleship Yamato, Deep Sea Monster Raiga, Daikaiju Ega G, which to me is like Daikaiju Ega G and Gehara are like two of the greatest pieces of indie kaiju work I've ever seen. It's no surprise that the director of both of them ended up doing freaking Ultraman now. So, and then like Mark Jaramillo, he just kind of he's disappeared off the face of the earth for like for almost like 2 years, I'd say. Yeah, for at least the last 2 years, he's disappeared off the face of the earth. Nobody knows where he is. None of his collaborators that usually associate themselves with him don't know what happened to him. All I know, whatever happened, it's probably some personal stuff that went down. I'm sure something big or heavy, whatever. I know it's none of our business as to, what's going on in his life, nor, it's none of our business, or should it ever be. But at the very least, if you're going to tell everyone that you're doing if you're going to tell everyone that you're making a documentary, you could at the very least say, hey, I might not be able to do this for a while, or hey guys, I'm going to be absent for a while.
Right.
I mean, at least let the fans know. I mean, someone would probably say, "Oh, he's not obligated to tell us." I mean, I don't know. After hyping up this project, after going to various panels, telling everyone that you're doing something, I don't know. I just feel like it's the responsible thing to do to let people know whether or not something is going to happen. Or you could just say, "Hey, I got some personal stuff I need to get clear. Might not be able to work on this movie for a while. Hope you can understand." You don't need to delve into your personal life or whatever. Just say, hey, going to be busy, not going to be able to do this. Hope you understand. And I'm sure people would be fine with that. But no, he just, Mark Jaramillo just disappeared. And there's just like without a trace.
Yeah.
Almost like he's disappeared off the face of the earth. So yeah, I just think at this point, Kaiju Gaiden is 100% lost cause, I think, unfortunately.
He's probably off grid, hiding in a little corner, trying to get the whole thing done with very little resources at hand.
Although I do remember at one point someone said on the comments of the David Hall trailer that, hey, you took this movie from Mark Jaramillo, and David essentially said, no, we talked it out. I can do this. I'm like, oh, was there like some legal battle behind the scenes? Did David get sued Mark, and that's why Mark has stopped all communication? I don't know, but something obviously went down, but we'll never know.
All right. Let's see, are you fans of any of H.P. Lovecraft's work?
I unfortunately have yet to read any of his work, but I'm certainly interested in checking out one of these days.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of like his influence and impact on literature, especially when it comes to cosmic horror, and yeah, I really got to check out some of his stuff. So, Giant Condor versus Giant Claw.
Yes,
always. Let's see here. Okay, I know I've been asking a lot of Transformers questions, but have you seen Transformers Victory? Is it super underrated? Yes, Victory is amazing.
I keep hearing nothing but positive thoughts about Victory, and I know that's where what's the name of that the one character?
Starsaber?
Starsaber. I know that Starsaber's in there. I know he's got a huge fan base, so I do want to check it out one of these days, so I can finally see what's so great about this Starsaber-y guy.
Yeah, and also the villain, Deathsaurus or Desaurus,
right?
Depending on which fan translation question mark you want to go off of, he's also a great villain. Let's see, what about Godzilla versus the Wolfman? I think
same thing. Like I remember, at a Kaiju Gaiden panel. At a panel for the director of Godzilla versus the Wolfman at G-Fest, he mentioned that they might be in talks with Toho to produce a Blu-ray release of his fan film, but I guess it just never came to pass. But yeah, it all depends on Toho, whether Toho wants to associate themselves and profit off of Godzilla versus the Wolfman.
All right. See, Ethan Dino says, what up, what I miss?
Everything.
Everything. Basically, giant blue robots with red scarves.
Yes, always.
Do you think we'll ever get full box sets of the Heisei Millennium series of Godzilla films in the West?
I'm sure that can happen. I mean, one of these days.
Technically, there kind of is one, but it's only like a DVD version that was released by Sony. But that's not every Heisei Millennium Godzilla movie, because 84 and Biollante are owned by different companies. Though I think I remember hearing that the license for Biollante with whoever company had a license to it expired. And Godzilla 1984 is kind of getting close to that, because the licenses to Son of Godzilla, Sea Monster, or not Son of Godzilla, Sea Monster, Gigan, and Hedorah had expired, which explains why Criterion was able to get a hold of them. And because Kraken didn't put out 84 until like a few years later, or I think 2 years later, actually. It does seem like 84 is starting to reach the end of that sort of license. But at the same time, I mean, knowing Sony, they're going to renew those licenses for all those Godzilla movies. They're not going to want to let go of them.
Right.
I mean, my Rebirth of Mothra 2 review got a copyright claim from Sony, even though they didn't even make the damn movie.
That's sad.
Yeah. Thankfully, I was able to dispute it by saying, "Hey, they don't actually own it; they're only distributing it. This company owns the damn movie."
Yeah. Did it work?
It worked.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. I really showed Sony who's boss.
It's like, you know what? You're a poopy head. Why spell it out to you? You're a poopy head.
Underrated kaiju film. Oh boy, where's my pen and paper?
Like I mentioned, the two indie films, Gehara the Dark and Long-Haired Monster and Daikaiju Eiga G. I know there's they are not available at all. Showa Video used to have, and there's a question below asking about where to find Daikaiju Eiga G. Unfortunately, Showa Video was where I got my copy, as was Gehara. But yeah, at the moment, there's really no way to watch them. But if you could find them, I know there's a French subtitled version of Gehara on YouTube for whatever reason. If you can find that, watch it. The story is simple enough to where you don't need to know the dialogue, what's going on. But yeah, definitely do get the chance to check out either of them if you ever get the chance.
Yeah, I really love Gehara, and I still gotta check out Daikaiju Eiga G sometime. I believe you did send it to me a while back.
Yes.
I just completely forgot about it, and that's my mistake.
Well, what was it? I remember. I think I may have talked at one point to one person from what's that play, SRS Cinema, and they seem to be very interested in releasing more indie kaiju films like Raiga, but I think there might be some legal issues preventing them from getting a hold of Gehara and Daikaiju Eiga G, one or the other or both. So I really hope that they do get the chance to do that.
Right.
Because say what you will about the quality of the Raiga trilogy, I'm just very glad that people can at least see these movies for themselves.
Oh yeah, I'm very interested in checking out I believe it's called Monster Seafood Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one looks super interesting, and I really hope they put out releases for the Great Buddha Arrival and Nezura 1964 once those are ready to go.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Let's see here. Oh, I guess I didn't really answer this question.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I really like Orochi the Eight-Headed Dragon, also known as Yamato Takeru.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as flawed as that movie is, I still find it to be very enjoyable. It's very much like a live action video game, which that's what it was being marketed as when it was being released. Like I believe the official tagline was a live action RPG experience or something like that.
Hmm.
And you know, and of course, I'm gonna go ahead and say the live action Attack on Titan movies because I mean,
Right.
it's my channel.
Yeah.
I dedicated half of the name of my channel to those movies.
Attack on Goji.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Attack on Titan movies are very special in the sense that as tokusatsu, like in film, seems to be transitioning more and more to digital effects. The Attack on Titan movies like really feel like the last true traditional tokusatsu films, like of that particular scope. Sure, we're still going to get like those movie specials for Ultraman, Sentai, Garo, Rider, and it's but nothing to the scale that Attack on Titan like delivered like upon their releases.
Absolutely.
Let's see, what are your thoughts on Howl from Beyond the Fog? It is a very incredible film.
Haven't seen it, but I have the Blu-ray. It's like to do a spin on Bryce's thing.
Yeah,
I own it, but I haven't seen it. Again, my Blu-ray copy is on the other side of the ocean, unfortunately.
Let's see. What is the best Transformers game? Mine is War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron. I love that duology of Transformers games. I played the ever-living heck out of those games. I mean, I absolutely love them. It sucks that online multiplayer isn't being supported for them anymore. It's a huge shame because I love the character customization, especially in Fall of Cybertron. But I also really like the gameplay and the story, like in those games in general.
Absolutely, and I've never played Fall of Cybertron, unfortunately, but I love the hell out of War for Cybertron. And I will give a shout out. This is going to sound strange, but I really loved the first movie tie-in game on the DS, where you can play as the other, like they did the whole Pokemon thing of two versions.
Yeah. There's the Autobot version and the Decepticon version.
Yeah, and you get a character voiced by Steve Blum, and this rookie character ends up playing a role in serving either Megatron or Optimus Prime. And you it's essentially GTA. It's kind of like a little bit kind of like the console game, but not garbage, where it's like a GTA game, 3D, it's really impressive for the DS, like a big 3D world as your custom made Transformer character. And you can scan a whole bunch of cars to change your body and choose what like paint scheme you want. And yeah, it was a genuinely fun time playing it as that. I wish we had something similar to that. It's like I wish we had something similar to that for like a console game. Like, let's move away from the battle on Cybertron and let's get back to Earth and do something like what the first movie tried to do, just not this frustrating, rush movie tie-in game. Like, go ahead.
I do hear the tie-in for Revenge of the Fallen is very good.
Okay, I never played that one, but from what I understand, that one was more like linear levels as opposed to like an open world setting.
Right, and I also really liked the PlayStation 2 video game that was just called Transformers. It was based on Armada, and I heard about that one. I really enjoyed that one.
All right, cool.
Uh, I do own a Japanese PlayStation 2, so I do want to try out Transformers Call of the Future, but I do hear that it's frustratingly hard to the point where it's just not fun to play.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Nerdcage Live?
Yo, to you too.
Sorry I'm late. Happy y'all are still here. Whoa, while Jay appeared. Let's see. I was on Review Roulette podcast. Went much better than expected. Sweet.
Awesome.
Have you ever seen The Magic Serpent? I have heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Bryce would certainly not be proud. He'd be like, "Oh."
I mean, Ace did say that he was going to watch it. I believe.
Right. I own a Showa video bootleg of it, and I reviewed it on my channel years ago, so you can check that out there.
Let's see here.
But yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty good.
All right. Sorry, we got to cancel Godzilla versus Kong and have Godzilla versus Giant Condor. It'll make billions. I'm telling you.
We're millionaires, boys. I'll share with all of you.
I love Power Rangers.
Condor, the eighth wonder of the world.
I love Power Rangers, but I've never seen Super Sentai. Where do I start?
I mean, if you love Mighty Morphin, it's, you can go with Jew Ranger. That's a lot of people start with Jew Ranger because it's the one where with the aesthetics most familiar to them. It'll definitely it'll be very interesting as a Power Rangers fan to give you context as to where all the stock footage came from, and you can see just what a different beast it is altogether that Jew Ranger was from Power Rangers season 1.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for once, you actually have the villains, the main villain and Rangers interacting with each other in the same scene. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, you can definitely start with Jew Ranger.
Yeah, I still need to get into some Sentai. I do plan on watching the original Go Ranger sometime, just for the heck of it. But I also want to check out Jetman, Zoo Ranger, Die Ranger, and Gao Ranger.
Okay, yeah. I also hear Go Busters is also a very good one, as well as Go Kaijer. Go Kaijer might be the last great modern Sentai series.
All right. Ever seen Death Machine from 1994? It's a pretty fun watch.
I know.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either, but I think I might have seen Brennan Tenold review it.
Okay.
I don't remember too much of it, unfortunately.
It's I've seen it, but I haven't heard of it.
What is your favorite Japanese movie that is out of print or never got a US release, minus Orochi the Eight-Headed Dragon?
No, ADV released Orochi the Eight-Headed Dragon. I have that DVD.
Out of print or never got a release.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I also have that DVD. In fact, I actually have the one with the shiny cover.
Ooh.
Yep.
Look at Mr. Fancy here.
Yeah.
Again, Gahara and Daikaiju Eiga G.
Let's see. Best kaiju game. King of the Monsters 1 and 2 on Neo Geo.
Let's see. Daikaiju Daikasin Versus, because it's essentially King of the Monsters for Neo Geo, but with DRACO AZUL in it.
I still need to play that. I just need to install some RAM onto my new laptop so it can actually play games. Okay.
I know that very soon Garayann will be taking a break from the game because he's kind of reached a limit. Because what's interesting about Daikaiju Daikasin Versus is that he's using a system made by a game engine called Pixel Game Maker MV, which is made by the same people who made RPG Maker. And anyone familiar with RPG Maker, it's a very easy to use system for people who never do any coding. You just kind of make your assets, and it helps you drop the assets in place. And that's what he used to create Daikaiju Daikatsu Versus. Unfortunately, like at the state Pixel Game Maker MV is in, it doesn't allow for very large games to be made. Like if it's like a 500 megabyte size game, like a small game that big, then it can run perfectly. But for Daikaiju Daikatsu Versus, it was like over like a gigabyte large, and unfortunately that led to some performance issues. So he tried compressing the game to around like between 500 and 600 megabytes. So in order for it to run properly for most people, and until that engine gets upgraded in the future by the developers of that engine, then Garayann may come back to Daikaiju Daikatsu Versus. But in the meantime, he's going to add in a couple more the last few commissioned characters, hopefully including Professor Kaiju as an actual playable character. So until then, it looks like he will most likely take a break from development on that game until he's able to do more with that game when the engine itself gets a proper update.
All right.
But currently available still for free, and always will remain. The whole plan was always meant to be a free game. So yeah, if you want a little free game that has a lot of indie kaiju characters and has a gameplay similar to like Godzilla Dominations or King of the Monsters 1 and 2, you can definitely DDV might be to your liking.
Alrighty then. What are your thoughts on Godzilla Singular Point? I mean, we already expressed our excitement towards Jet Jaguar.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, just looks absolutely stunning.
Absolutely, yeah. And so, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Hey, what's up, Valerie?
Hey.
Thoughts on that Godzilla vs. Kong toy?
Honestly, it's one of the most boring designs I've ever seen for the character.
I will say that I greatly prefer the RPO design.
Yes, always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Were you
No. Just that, like, every single bit I see of that design just makes me hate it more and more and more. It's just the most uncreative, unimaginative design ever.
Yeah.
Speaking as a robot fan, as a man who has made robots myself.
See here. Aside from Godzilla vs. Kong, what HBO Max movies are you most excited for? Mortal Kombat, especially.
Mm-hmm.
And Zack Snyder's Justice League is coming out next week, and I'm also looking forward to that. I think those are like the main two I'm super excited for.
I see then. I don't really know because I don't keep up with HBO Max stuff, and mainly because I don't have HBO Max. But so I'm not sure. I really can't answer that, unfortunately.
All right. Let's see. What is the Sentai version of Power Rangers Time Force?
Time Ranger. Just simple as that. Yeah. What's the one with all the time stuff? Time Ranger? Nah. Ginga Man, that's it.
What are your thoughts on Zeram? I love the Zeram duology. I'm sorry, continue.
No, I was just gonna say I never saw it, but it has been recommended to me by a friend of mine.
Yeah, it is some of Keizo Amamiya's like earlier tokusatsu works, and it's gorgeous. It's amazing. It's really good sci-fi horror stuff with some great, just outstanding special effects.
Cool.
And in fact, next stream for
Mhm.
TokuTitanCast will be an episode all about the best of Keita Amamiya. So we'll not only will we be talking about Zerum, we'll also be talking about his work in Kamen Rider, as well as Hakaider, and maybe some Garo.
Okay.
I'll have to watch some Garo, especially since I do plan to review it in the future,
Mm.
depending on how many people support me on
Ah,
Patreon.
nice. I like the way you think, man. You want people to review it, they gotta pay for it.
So yeah, if you guys really want to see me review Garo, then feel free to support me on Patreon.
You're the man, folks.
Yeah. Are you interested in real life military and Navy machinery such as tanks, battleships, U-boats, and fighter jets?
Not really. I was never a military person growing up.
Same, but I do think they're pretty cool though.
Sure, yeah. Especially when they transform into giant robots.
Oh yeah. Gonna head out for the night. Was a fun stream as always. Also, one more thing: Tex-Mex Nexus. Yeah. So Andres, basically, what Tex-Mex Nexus is, it's basically an in joke between Cole and I. Well, it's basically an in joke in this podcast. Cole also lives in Texas, and he asked me about any Tex-Mex restaurants that I recommend, and I mainly recommended On the Border and Mi Casina. And it was around the time that I finished Ultraman Nexus, and that's kind of how I got started.
Nice.
Does the original cut of Yongri 1999 deserve an official release? I mean,
I suppose so, for the sake of preservation, having a movie, any kind of movie, no matter what it is, being lost to time is a great darn shame. So, anything to preserve a movie would definitely be beneficial in just for the sake of the preservation of art.
Oh yeah, totally. Although I would like to see all the tokusatsu footage that they shot in for Yongri before they replace it all with CGI.
Right. Yeah.
Because apparently there's like a music video that actually includes some of the tokusatsu bits for that movie.
Okay.
I thought I had a link to it saved somewhere, but I'll have to dig it up. I know Dr. Mifune probably has it somewhere. Nerd Cage Live says, Davis, Many Saints of Newark, Suicide Squad 2, and Matrix 4. Correct. I don't know why I forgot about those. And Dune, Dune is another one that I'm actually looking forward to. Let's see. Do you know any places to buy the Zerum movies for a reasonable price? For some reason, Zerum 2 has a Blu-ray in the US, but not Zerum 1. However, you can watch the first Zerum movie on YouTube, but only the English dub. So that's a bit of a weird situation there. Worst special effects in a kaiju movie. Thinking about Yongri, it's really no contest. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, there is Gamera Super Monster when you take out all the stock footage and you're left with that.
Yeah. Or any Asylum movie that features a giant creature.
Yeah, or Yongari 2001.
Let's see. Have you seen the 1960 adaptation of The Lost World? I haven't.
No, but as someone who grew up owning pet reptiles, I really don't want to watch it just because I just hate the idea of the what they call the Slurposaurus technique of gluing.
It's one of those movies.
Yeah, where all the dinosaurs are these poor little lizards and gators, just like with rubber horns and fins all over them and forcing them to fight. It's like, no, I don't want to see these poor little animals get, fight each other on screen. It's like I've never been a fan of real animals for special effects. I mean, on top of the fact that that's not how dinosaurs look like, it's the fact that as someone who has owned both a chameleon and 2 iguanas growing up, I just hate seeing that stuff in for me personally. It's just something I cannot stand.
In that case, I think you'll really love Electric Dragon 80,000 volts because the main character is a reptile lover.
Oh yeah.
See,
I do apologize for the squeaking of my chair a bit. I try not to move so much for like the first 2 hours.
It's all right. It's all good. You probably heard a train in the background. I mean, it's this podcast. It's more of a side thing, really. It's not good to take away the main focus of the channel,
right? Imagine you pull like a JonTron. Shut up, train.
Yeah. Valerie, excited for the table scene in the next episode of Attack on Titan. Then 2 more episodes until we get part 2. So, so for context, the table scene is another pivotal moment that's supposed to be occurring in this final season to show like Aaron's change in character, like even more, like to the point where it's like you understand where he's coming from, but you don't agree with what it is that he's doing.
But Davis, isn't it supposed to promote a bad anti-Semitic?
Stop!
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! But I heard the social media influencer said it's a bad show and I should feel bad for liking it. Promotes a bad message.
So to put it short, people actually read the damn manga before you criticize it for something like that,
and take a lot of stuff out of context.
Yeah. So yeah, and yeah, it's kind of weird that they're calling this the final season, but not the final season part 1 and part 2.
Right. Which I'm assuming they're split across a year, so
like,
might as well call it another season.
Yeah, I mean they also did that with season 3. It was season 3 part 1, season 3 part 2, and there was like a 1-year gap between releases, which kind of it's odd, but okay.
Yeah, like we do have seasonal breaks on American television, but not to this degree.
Yeah. Let's see. Have you seen the Indian cut of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2? It's actually better than the Japanese version. I haven't actually.
No, I haven't watched any cut that isn't from. I've seen like the international cuts of certain Godzilla movies, the American cuts, Japanese cuts, but I've never seen anything like the Indian cut.
Let's see. Oh, I think I remember seeing a snippet from the Indian cut of Godzilla vs. Destroya, where like the movie just ends after Godzilla dies.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no scene where they talk about like nuclear weapons and all that, and Junior's back brought back to life. Like it's Godzilla dies. You see a shocked reaction from Miki.
Yeah.
It ends. The end. like it literally says the end. Like after that happens. It's something.
And we got a message from Ethan Dino here.
When to say, Andres, I really enjoyed the hell out of Primal Warrior DRACO AZUL, as you should, and it really got me invested in other independent comics. Any idea where I can get a copy of Nagoraiar?
So yeah, I just got the link right here, and I'm going to share it. Hopefully the link works. It's on kproductions.co.th. kproductions.co.th, because it's a website from Thailand. So yeah, you can definitely check out Nagoraiar. First off, I do want to say thank you so very much. Thank you so much for your very extremely kind words. it's feedbacks like this that really it really warms my heart to hear people honestly genuinely enjoying my work, and it's stuff like this that motivates me further to continue pursuing this venture of mine. And I'm really glad that you want to be invested in other independent comics, and I do highly recommend people check out go out in search of other indie works out there, because if you're ever, people always, hear a lot of people complain that it's like, oh, there's nothing original in Hollywood, there's nothing original in mainstream comics. You definitely do got to go out of your way to look for a lot of stuff, but when you find those those hidden jewels, those hidden gems, it's the entire search would be worth it in that case. And yeah, I recommend Nagoraiar. I was the editor of this comic. It was the first comic I was ever a freelance editor for. And let's see, this one is actually my personal copy here. It is 2 volumes long, and they are currently selling it as a box set, a really sweet, very slick box set, similar to like the Dark Horse Gamera style, where it's like very nice thick cardboard and very nicely printed stuff here of Nagoraiar Against the Terror of the Moon, the complete saga. So in it you get both volumes of the comic. You get the first one, which is titled Nagoraiar Kingdom of the Nagoraiar Kingdom of the Monsters, which is the first part of Against the Terror of the Moon, as well as a bonus story called Daikaiju Daikasen. And of course, the second book would be Against the Terror of the Moon 2. So yeah, it was like a huge blast being able to collaborate with Garayann on both of these projects here. I just love, like, not just like Nagoraiar, but I love this like universe that he's developed. It's kind of like it's almost kind of like Final War, like an anime-ish take on Final Wars, with a bit of like some crazy multiverse cosmic lore thrown in to really set it apart. And yeah, it starts off as like a very basic story, but then it kind of gets very more and more ambitious as it goes along. And I'm pretty sure that KAIJUNOIR Productions does have a lot of copies in stock. So yeah, they definitely go check it out, which is Nagoraiar Kingdom of the Monsters comic book box set is what it's called. It is 1,200 Thai bahts, which converted to US dollars, 1,200 bahts would be the equivalent of like $40. But I'd say $40 for like a big old set featuring a complete story would definitely be worth it. And yeah, definitely check it out. I definitely have nothing but tremendous gratitude. I have a lot of, I'm very thankful that Garayann gave me the chance to be a part of this project as his editor. I just have nothing but respect for the guy. He's one of like those few people out there who does nothing but like original content, who does a lot of original content, more so than a lot of artists that I tend to see in the community. And so I'm very happy to see where he goes with Nagoraiar and other future projects, and being able to work with him with Daikaiju Daikasen Versus and our upcoming game Divine Divas Paradise Nexus. It's like the guy's full of creativity, and yeah, I'm looking forward to future collaborations with him down the line. As for other indie comics I would like to recommend, if that's okay for me, I can do that, Davis.
Go ahead.
Okay, so previously I already mentioned these two, but I do want to mention them just to make sure. And that was Fire Beast Dorugan, which has 2 issues. A 3rd issue may be produced next year. They will be available on Etsy very soon. If you can, from the same writer as the first Night of the Fire Beast book, he made his own book, Epic Chicken versus Mutant Bull, which is like a very ridiculous, crazy 50s B-movie monster mash, but taking place on a farm. Of course, another one of my biggest inspirations, Robot God Akamatsu. Maybe you might find this secondhand on Amazon, but yeah, it might be a little pricey these days since it's out of print now, currently out of print. Let's see here. We got Brandon Bitros's The Fist. If you happen to be a fan of like Frank Miller Daredevil, I think you'll enjoy this superhero vigilante comic. Durantis, The Lost Serpent, which just had his second issue released earlier this year, I believe, or late last year. Late last year, definitely, yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, like my friend Matt Denian and Frank Parr did a crossover series of their characters, Arrakis X Atomic Rex, Avatars of the Apocalypse, the second volume coming out soon. And oh yeah, my friend Keith Foster, he just had a Kickstarter for the third volume of his kaiju comic, Kadoja. Definitely do check that out. That one should still be easy to find online. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and my friend's comic, which is Marshall Star, which I believe the first two issues are available on Etsy. So if you're a fan of anime like Trigun, Cowboy Bebop, and especially Outlaw Star, do check out Marshall Star. And last but certainly not least would be World War Kaiju. I'm not sure if this one is still available now, but do check it out. It is an alternate history retelling of the Cold War, where instead of America producing the atomic bomb that later started a nuclear arms race, rather it was a giant monster that was set loose on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that later led to the Kaiju arms race. So yeah, do check out. Those would be my top recommendations for in terms of indie comics, ranging from anime style action to giant monster stuff to vigilante superheroes. So yeah, do please, I implore you all to check those out.
All right. So Andres, just out of curiosity, how good are you on time?
I'm still free for the rest of the day. This is like my day off, so I can stay on as long as you need.
All right, sounds good. Have you seen Matengo? Now that's a movie right for a remake. I believe it actually was going to be remake, but it was one of those cases where Toho said no.
I've definitely seen Matango. I have the Media Blasters DVD. It's definitely very, very good. It certainly lived up to the hype for me personally. I know there was a fan film called Matango 2, and
which was going to be discussed in Kaiju Gaiden.
Right. Which, yeah, unfortunately, we'll never get the chance to see that.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you remember Dinosaur War Eisenborg? I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I believe that's the one where, like it's tokusatsu, but the characters are animated.
Yes, it is. Yeah, all the human characters are animated, but everything else, including the dinosaurs especially, it's all tokusatsu. And it's currently getting a comic book adaptation from the same company that did the Red Man comic. And I know. Yeah, as Red Samurai Ninja also mentioned that. Oh no, not Red Samurai Ninja. It was Nate Fire. Let's see. Attack of the Super Monsters. Yeah, I believe, they took a couple episodes of Dinosaur War Eisenborg and turned it into a compilation movie on VHS and called it Attack of the Super Monsters. Yes, it is. It's called Attack of the Super Monsters, released in America on VHS in 1982.
All right.
And is it on YouTube? I'm fairly sure. Certain it should. No. Okay. Never mind. Sorry.
It's all right. Thoughts on the Tremors franchise? I've only seen the first movie. I absolutely love it. It's very good. I feel that's another monster movie that doesn't get talked about enough. I do hear some of the sequels are worthwhile to an extent, and some are just straight garbage from what I heard.
Unfortunately, I've never watched any of the Tremors movies, but I'm very interested in eventually checking out the first one, at least.
Definitely check out the first movie. It's amazing. Thoughts on Night of the Lepus? I haven't seen it in decades, but I remember it as a WTF movie. This is another one I've heard of but haven't seen, but I really want to see it. I mean, just the concept of giant killer rabbits is just like, on one hand they look adorable, but on the other they can kill you without a single thought.
I haven't seen it, but I have certainly seen Red Letter Media's video on it, and I am aware of its reputation as the movie with the killer bunnies.
Let's see, predictions for chapter 139 of Attack on Titan. I mean,
here's my prediction: stuff will happen.
Yes, stuff will indeed happen. but I really want this series to end on a good note. I mean, like, Isayama's been working on this thing for for the past decade. He's been doing nothing but chipping away at this grand story that he's been working on for so long. And I'm just hoping that we get an ending that's just incredible, like an ending that where I'm absolutely content with how, like, it all wraps up.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, did something happen? Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry.
My
connection bugged out for a moment.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Now I can see you.
Okay. So as I was saying, I hope it like wraps up everything well, because something happened in the most recent chapter where it's like, okay, how is he going to end it now? What is the best King Kong ripoff, and what is the worst? I say the Mighty Peking Man is the best one. As for worse,
ever heard of the Mighty was it the Mighty Gorgo or the Mighty Gorgon?
Yeah, there's the Mighty Gorga, Queen Kong,
yes,
Ape. A lot of a lot of the King Kong knockoff films are not good.
Oh, really?
But the Mighty Peking Man, I say, is like the one that's actually a worthwhile experience. Have you seen the Mighty Peking Man?
No, I haven't seen any of the Kong ripoffs, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know.
Definitely check out the Mighty Peking Man.
All right, then.
What would your ideal Godzilla film be when it comes to theming and tone?
I remember I answered this question from you for the tag video. Generally, I would like something in terms of themes and tone would be more in line with the Showa era. It's focusing on its themes of unity and going for a very campy tone while having enough seriousness for you to feel invested in its characters.
All right.
Essentially what Pacific Rim did.
Right. What like my idea for a Godzilla movie, one that one that has a lot of emotion in it, on par with something like Kotoko, directed by Shinya Tsukamoto, while also taking what Japan Sinks 2020 tried to do, but actually does it good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my idea for a Godzilla movie, without going in too much depth, I'd love to see one where it's about a family, and they have to deal with not only the appearance of Godzilla, but also like the aftermath of a Godzilla attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd love to see something like that, and that's something that definitely has a lot of potential. Thank you for answering my questions, but it's getting late and I'm feeling pretty tired, so good night. Have a good rest of the week. Take it
Take care,
easy.
Martin.
Either Dino's heading out. Take it easy.
Thanks for joining us.
Let's see. Jay says I have the best frozen faces. I'm gonna have to take a look at those once we're done here.
You're kind of like frozen. We're like,
oh no,
and like permanent smile on you for a while.
Valerie says that there are 7 Tremors movies, and
God.
5 through 7 are on Netflix. They're okay, I guess. Tremors 2 and 4 are great, and 3 is fine. Okay, that's good to know.
And it seems like just yesterday there was like I came across a box set of the first 4 movies at Walmart. It's like the complete series.
Oh man, I actually I think I saw that same box set at my Walmart.
Yeah. I keep passing by it. Back when I used to live in America and go to Walmart, I passed by it every single time. I'm like, The thing is, it's like, is it worth owning all 3, or is it only worth getting the first one, the first movie?
It's definitely worth getting the first one, especially if it's the Arrow video release.
Sure, yeah. But then it's got a certain individual involved.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Did you know the Titans were partially inspired by Gauss? Yes, and also Garayann Sanda from the War of the Gargantuas, and also drunk people.
Yeah. Like explains a lot of their movements.
Yeah, like apparently Isayama got like the idea of the Titan by basically watching people get drunk at a bar and seeing like how they behave, and I can't remember the exact quote, but he said something along the lines of something that appears both monstrous and human at the same time. It was very unsettling. Konga is a decent King Kong ripoff. Yeah, it's a decent one. Let's see. Was Primal Warrior Draco AZUL crowdfunded?
No. It could easily be. I could have easily probably gone the crowdfunded route, but the problem is that would put like a lot of pressure on me to not only complete the project for my own sake, but for the sake of every single potential backer out there, with tons of expectations and demands, and also got to require filling out a lot of Kickstarter backer rewards, and that was just like, for me personally, I did not want to have that extra layer of difficulty in the process of making my comic. Not saying that it's a bad direction. I know plenty of people who have had who have crowdfunded their comics, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for them to do that. Just for me personally, I did not wish to undergo that level of stress on top of making a comic. So for me personally, I want to do things on my own terms with my own money, in order to fully fund this project. That way, once more, it's like all done through me, all done by like under my control, and have like 100% control of everything there. So it's like, for me, independently funding my projects 100% on my own was the easiest, smoothest, and generally the personally preferred way possible. The easiest way, the simplest. Yeah, it was the simplest way to go about it, as opposed to doing it through crowdfunding.
All right. Totally random question, but ever seen Reanimator? I have not, but I do hear it's very good.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. My mind's a bit fuzzy on that one. It's been years since I possibly have seen it. I think I even own it on Blu-ray. I'm not sure now.
Favorite fan film? I haven't seen too many, but I really like that one live action Mega Man fan film that came out like a while back. I remember that one being pretty enjoyable.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
Well,
question.
although I will say,
Mm-hmm.
Daikaiju Legends, I mean, his Zone Fighter fan series is great stuff right there. Like his newest episode, I mean, I mean, I want to say he really outdid himself, but I feel like he's
Mm-hmm.
going to do that even more as he keeps going with it.
I definitely got to check that out in that case because yeah, his animations are great.
Oh yeah.
I would probably say TIE Fighter, which was a Star Wars animated fan film, which I believe took like years and years for this one guy to do by himself. Have you seen this?
I have not seen this.
Okay, let me just send you a link very quickly. It's on YouTube. So
Really?
yeah, you can actually, we can even just like watch it together if you want to share the screen.
Oh, nice.
Let's see, share screen here. Chrome tab, share audio, TIE Fighter short film.
Oh wait, are we watching it right now?
Oh, no. I guess if you don't want to do that, never mind. So, but yeah, let me just send you the link right here. And yeah, you can just like scroll through this and see for yourself.
I
It's
appreciate it.
and it's like, it's very interesting because it's like, it's a Star Wars animated fan film that is completely on the Empire side.
Oh,
So, which is like
nice.
a perspective we rarely see. And there's no dialogue. It's just all like visual storytelling with like a really rocking like 80s anime style. As someone who we were just watching Zeta Gundam together the other week, like I think you would appreciate the visual style it's going for.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be sure to check that out. Let's see, yeah. Titans are also based on people he's met or people he knows. That is true. Funny enough, he actually based a decent amount of Titans on the voice cast of the anime, as well as some of the staff members of the manga, which is very interesting. And I forget the name of the actor. I always forget the name of the actor, but there is one chapter where there's a Titan that looks like Saul Goodman from Breaking Bad. Let's see. What's a movie that terrified you as a kid and still does today?
I guess Nightmare on Elm Street might be one of them. Or let's see.
I think maybe The Exorcist for me.
I mean, I probably might be like the jump scare heavy remakes for like The Grudge and The Ring, just because I've never been a fan of those of jump scare based horror movies. And it's not that I'm afraid of them. I just hate that anticipation and the boo nature of those films. So it's like, as a kid, I was afraid of them. Now I just hate them. I just find them to be obnoxious.
I gotcha. Let's see. Oh, Big O's here. that's in for you. Least favorite movie. I remember watching the first 15 minutes of RoboCop 3 and tapped out.
I remember what was it? I think it was Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, or I just call it Paranormal Activity, the Mexican edition. That one was very insufferable to go through, to sit through. I mean, Super Monster Gamera, I just hate based on principle alone, just because it's like you're advertising for a new movie when a good like 60% of it is nothing but stock footage for a movie released in 1980.
Yeah.
You're featuring 20-year-old stock footage for a movie that you're selling in the 80s.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned the live action Devilman earlier. That's easily one of my all-time least favorite movies.
It's almost kind of hard for me to think of movies that I like actively despise, just because I don't focus on things I hate. Rather, I always look towards the things I enjoy. Those are the things that stick in. If I don't like something, I won't remember it.
Yeah.
So like it's always the good things that I always keep in mind.
I will say that Transformers: The Last Night was the very first time I ever left a theater legitimately angry.
Oh, okay. In that case, Pacific Rim Uprising. I have definitely hated that movie. It's like Roger Ebert. I hated this movie. Hated, 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 hated. Hated everything about it.
Let's see. Getting pretty close to 3 hours, and I got another question here.
Yeah.
Wait. About your Godzilla film question, if you're confused about that comment with the emoji, well, I'm probably be gone now. Well, I'm sorry, I am super tired right now.
Okay.
Well, I'm probably be gone now. Well, I'm typing this. So good night, guys. Take it easy.
Take care, man.
Best Godzilla crossover. I'll just go ahead and say one crossover I'd love to see is Godzilla and Mazinger Z.
Yeah, totally. Let's see where. I'm really honestly trying to, because I know they don't do a whole lot of crossovers. I mean, it's not real. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll do that. Godzilla versus Evangelion, the real 4D, the former unit.
Oh yeah,
Japan, because the whole premise of Godzilla versus Evangelion was already cool enough, and then to finally actually see something come from it was a joy to watch.
Yeah, and it also gave us a really cool King Ghidorah design.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
I do proudly own a figure of.
Totally. Let's see. Nate Fires is kind of interesting. Anyone else think Godzilla Rulers of Earth is a little sloppy in terms of its storytelling? I haven't heard anyone talk about that. I mean, I generally really enjoy the comic for what it's worth, which is kind of like, let's have a bigger, wilder version of like Final Wars with tons and tons of fan service. But I do think there was something that always kind of bugged me, and involving its main characters. And that was so they had a character, I forgot what her name was throughout the series, and she had a best friend. She was the one with like pink hair, had like that punk rock pink hairstyle, and then eventually she had it blonde after the time skip. And then on the very last page, you see a picture of them married. So it's like, I don't think they ever gave any indication at all that they were a gay couple, and they waited until the very, very last page of the last issue of the comic to say, "Oh, by the way, they've been a couple this whole time." Which I don't know, in terms of like, just like whether like be it gay, straight, whatever, to have a characters in a relationship, only to suddenly like, I'm not sure, because like I know Matt Frank, he gave like hints that they were in a relationship through like art that he was sharing on social media, but that's always like something like not part of the comic. So it's like for someone who's just reading the comic, you would have zero indication that either of these characters were in a relationship, or let alone had feelings for each other, or had romantic feelings to begin with. So I just think in terms of like building a relationship, just having them just sort of hook up at the very end, like, oh, by the way, they've been together this whole time. I thought that was kind of like lazy, just in terms of character writing, in terms of representation, in terms of like various levels, you know. And I'm there's a part of me that thinks that maybe they just, what was it, 2015? So I guess I don't know what the social climate. I forgot what the social climate was at that time, but I figured that maybe they were afraid of some potential backlash, whether it's from IDW or from Toho or what have you. And maybe they thought, oh, well, we want to do it, but we can't do it. So if we do it in a super subtle way that no one will notice, and then by the time we show the last photo, the last page, it'll be too late for anyone to say anything about it. I don't know. It always just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because, yeah, it's like, if you're going to make a relationship, actually write a relationship.
Right. Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
have you seen the scrapped Godzilla Final Wars design? Yeah.
That's one with like the weird like red honeycomb chest, right?
Yeah, and also have the spines that are like curved forward. I will absolutely watch and love the live action Devilman movie. You can't stop me, Dylan. You're gonna regret it.
Oh, that's Dylan. Oh, sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Hey, man.
Yeah, he changed his username. I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Okay.
What's a Godzilla movie you love that everyone else hates? Godzilla vs. Megagears for me.
Sea Monster.
Yeah, I'd say Sea Monster or Son of Godzilla. I would have said Godzilla's Revenge, but it seems a lot more people are starting to realize that's not really a bad movie.
Right. Yeah, you should hate the real bad movies, like Megagears. No, I'm just kidding.
Any of you seen Doctor Who? I've seen a little bit of classic Who, and that's pretty much it.
I've seen a little bit of classic Who, and I've seen all of New Who up to Peter Capaldi's first season. After that, I dropped off just because I was busy at that time in my life, and from what I've seen, it looks like it's only gone downhill since then.
Netflix Death Note or live action Devilman? Netflix Death Note, mainly because of the soundtrack. I really like the soundtrack to that movie, honestly. that and Willem Dafoe's portrayal of Ryuk. I mean, you can't go wrong with that.
No, never. Just no.
Have you read the Marvel Ultraman comics? I'm not fully caught up with it, but from what I've seen, it's very enjoyable.
Yeah, I've not watched it, but from what people have told me, it's pretty interesting. So I might check it out eventually in trade form.
Yeah, we're almost getting to 4 hours.
Jesus,
I'm drained. I am super tired. I'm probably gonna go ahead and call it a night, honestly. So
we could check up these last comments here, especially Valerie. She has a very interesting comment here. When I was when I was criticizing how the gay couple in Rulers of Earth was written, she mentions that's usually how LGBT couples are usually portrayed in media. They get either killed off, which was definitely the case with their gay Mexican character in the second Godzilla comic. His husband was killed during their wedding by Kumanga, and that's why he wants revenge on the monsters. They either get killed off, or the writers or whoever don't reveal it until the end. Yeah, I definitely noticed that a lot. Throughout the years, where it's like, yeah, they want to say that they have LGBT characters, but they aren't willing for whatever reason to actually portray them. Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
What was it? Nate Fire earlier said, been rewatching SOS, and I don't know what your policy is on talking about it, but whatever happened to Adam. Yeah, that's definitely some personal stuff that happened, and it is not my place to talk about it. That's all I can really say there. But I will say that if you're rewatching SOS, first off, I'm sorry. If I ever say anything that was offensive, I do apologize on that behalf. It was definitely a different time back then.
JJ the jet plane.
JJ the jet plane, all that stuff. A certain scale that we use to critique movies. You probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I do appreciate that you're rewatching it. It just honestly, it's like it is kind of crazy to think people look back on this content we made back in 2014. Brayton's here rewatching SOS, the ultimate binge.
Hey, what's up, Brayton?
Hey, Brayton. Glad to see you here. It's kind of crazy that people go back and re-listen to those, because oh boy, man, the things we said on that show. I mean, a part of me does regret saying that, because I never want to offend anybody with what we have to say, but at the same time, I just love and enjoy just being a bunch of acting like goofy idiots with my best buds.
I gotcha, and honestly, it's really the best way to approach it. I mean, you were young and dumb, just there for a good time. Best you can do is own up to it and realize how much you have changed since then.
Right, but I certainly will always cherish the memories of SOS, and if we ever have the chance to bring SOS back, I would absolutely love to do that. Yeah, with David, Bill, Dylan, all of those guys, honestly mean the world to me.
That's awesome.
Let's see, and oh yeah, Martin mentioned we skipped over a question about stop motion dinosaurs. Yeah, what was like your favorite or the best stop motion dinosaur movie? I'm just gonna default to King Kong.
Yeah.
Nate Fire says opinion on the later half of Death Note. I still liked it. I mean,
yeah. I mean,
Nier was not. It's really hard to top a character like L, but they did a decent job.
Yeah, like it's like, I mean, I'd continue, but I don't want to spoil it. Let's see.
Valerie just brought up Attack on Titan.
But in Attack on Titan, Isayama actually writes Ymir as an actual character and not just the gay character.
Right.
There are a decent handful of moments in Attack on Titan where it's mainly focused on Ymir's character and her development and how she got to the point where she is, like, during the events of the series.
Cool. All right, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you're writing certain characters with certain tropes, because you don't want them to be solely defined by that one single fact about them. But at the same time, you don't want to put it so far in the background that it's almost like a not, like, you might as well not have even included it at all, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like it doesn't define whether it's being of a certain ethnicity, whether it's being of a certain sexuality, what have you, or being of a certain religion. It's a part of you, but it does not solely define you.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. And that's kind of like what I do with my characters, where like they're Mexican, but that's not all there is to them. But yeah, and we finally come full circle with Draco AZUL.
Oh yeah.
But thank you very much for the input, Valerie.
Let's see. Look, SOS is comedy gold, man. I don't regret watching it at all.
In that case, great. Go for it.
You shut the hell up. You're drunk.
Hey, yo, I'll blow your ass all the way to Jersey.
There's a big birdie for us. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's
starting. I'm not official out. It's been great talking to you guys, but I need sleep. See ya. Take it easy, y'all. Take care.
Yeah, everyone's ready to tune. Everyone's ready to call it a night. So I think we should do so as well.
Yeah, especially considering that we somehow jump forward an hour in time.
Dun 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 dun.
And we were just asked about Doctor Who earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, Andres, I want to go ahead and plug your stuff.
Absolutely. So yes, you can check out Primal Warrior Draco AZUL issues. I don't have issue 1 anymore. Issue 1 and issues 2 available on Amazon, Kindle, and Comixology. And be sure to follow the Primal Warrior Draco AZUL Facebook page. You can follow me on Instagram at KAIJUNOIR. Follow me on YouTube at KAIJUNOIR, where I do reviews, podcasts, what have you. Look forward to hearing my thoughts on the very last rebuild of Evangelion movie, hopefully this week. and that's on top of other things to come. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, so much, Davis. It's been an absolute blast being able to chill with you for the last 4 hours, and I wish everybody a great night.
And you know, Andres, it was really awesome having you on here. And yeah, this was another edition of TokuTitanCast. Once again, I am your host, Davis Badol, also known as Titan Goji. And I mean, guess if you're listening or watching this, guess you already found me. But yeah, feel free to like, share, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Feel free to support me on Patreon. Where depending on how much you contribute, you can get early access to videos. You can also get behind the scenes exclusive content and all that. And you can even commission video requests from me, and also have a TeePublic where I sell t-shirts. Lots of robots and kaiju related shirts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some animus in there as well.
Oh yeah. And yeah, and I'm also on Twitter and Instagram. There's also a Facebook page for the channel, and take it easy, y'all.
Absolutely. Until next time, everybody, take care.
Take care.